and he blew the house in. The house of straw fell down. Then the wolf went to the second little pig's house of sticks, but it didn't allow it. So the wolf said, little pig, let me in, he cried. But the little pig replied, no, no, I will not let you in. I will not let you in. If you not let me in, then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in, said the wolf. So he huffed and he puffed and he blew the house down. The house of sticks fell down. The pig went to the farm and bought some turnips. On the way, it saw the wolf and climbed upon the apple tree. The wolf said, I will take you to the fair. I will take you to the fair. Then again the pig saw the wolf and hidden into the churn. Then the wolf went to the third little pig's house of bricks, but it didn't allow it. So, and it cannot break the house it made up of bricks. So the wolf thought for a while and climbed upon the house. The wolf planned to go the house by chimney, where then went fallen into the boiling hot water pan and burnt badly. The end of the wolf. The main characters were Mother Pig, Three Little Pig, Wolf, Farmer Smith, Farmer Browns. The three little pigs are good-hearted person and hard-working person. The wolf is bad and clever. The third little pig is clever comparing to two little pigs. The third little pig inspired me by telling we should think before doing a work. My favorite sentence is, then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. The thing which I dislike is the character of wolf. It changed my life. I would like to be the character of third pig. I am more interested to read the book. This book is suitable for age readers 5 to 8 plus. An excellent book. It is a great book for me. My rating of the book is 4 out of 5. My rating of the book is 4 out of 5. And we can find it in anywhere in the world. It is available at every app for $1. Comparing to Divya and her family, it is a family story. Its rating 3 out of 5. Thank you.
Hi, I am Pranita Balu, going to review the book titled How to Develop the Right Attitude. A positive attitude really makes your dreams come true. The definition of attitude is a way of feeling or acting towards a person's things or situations. The importance of attitude is the basic for everything in our life. Our attitude determines how we react to adversity, our ability to grow and learn, our ability to overcome challenges and create bond with others. Here, this book deals with our own mental capabilities as it is about feelings of others as to achieve success in life. About the author, Dayanand Verma, born in 1930 in Pakistan. Dayanand Verma is the director of Mind and Body Research Center, the author's first book on psychological issues published in 1962. Subsequently, spirituality, psychology, and other books followed. Articles on these topics were also published in various periodicals. The Punjab government honored the author for his works in 1975 as he did the World Yoga Conference in 1986 and the Hindi Academy in 2002. Why we need to choose motivational books? Motivational books or speeches create a positive in our life. They boost our confidence and help in developing a positive outlook towards our life. Books make you realize how you can be powerful in your life. Some of the motivational books are Smart Memory, Lifestyle Grooming, Fears and Negativity, Freedom from Negative Thoughts, Believe in Yourself. Coming to chapters, there are 12 chapters in this lesson. Among them, there are a few important chapters. First chapter, How to Overcome the Inferiority Complex. In this, the author says the children are brought up in conditioned country. Every person are troubled in the fear of losing their identity in this wide world. Each person in his own manner is trying to project his identity. Next, the secret of professional success. In this, the author describes three persons. The first gentleman is a clerk in the bank. The second gentleman is a cloth merchant. The third gentleman is the superintendent in the district magistrate office. They are not interested in doing their own work and always depend upon others. Meet the first gentleman. He is a clerk in the bank. He may be around 26, but on duty, he walks as he thought he is 60 years old man. Yes, you may think he may be whether lazy or active. He is really active, but he is not interested in doing his work. Instead, he is interested in doing extracurricular activities. Meet the second gentleman. He is a cloth merchant. Every morning, he does not wait in the queue to get into the bus. Instead, he hires any auto or taxis. Waiting is bored for him. His hobby is to do fishing. He spends even 1 hour for doing fishing. Yes, you may understand. He is not interested in doing the cloth merchant and he is spending more time in doing fishing. Meet the third gentleman too. He is a superintendent in the district magistrate office. Files keep accumulating on his table, but he never bothered it at all. Instead, he may be always thinking about his patients. Patients? Yes, he's an homeopathy doctor. After completing his work, he rushes back to home to see his patients. After going there, he relaxed himself and he took care of his patients. Yes, what I learned from this story is the interest is the next level of achievement. Next chapter, more work with less effect. In this, the author says, today's work must be done now. Today's work must be done now. People who misjudge this time required for any task keeps making mistakes in every sphere of life too. The next chapter, how to sharpen your memory. Memory is related to interest in a book or a necessity. In the olden days, tying knots in kerchief fulfilled the purpose of notebook and diaries. How handwriting reveals your nature. In this, the author says, a letter by a self-confident person is very brief. The overview of this lesson. This book contains 93 pages and 12 chapters. Conclusion. Every man can achieve a lot in his life if he has the right attitude. The success is the right mix of perseveration, determination, and willpower. Thank you.
Hi, this is SM Sanjay from grade NB, here to present the book, The Theory of Everything, The Origin and the Fate of the Universe, written by Stephen Hawking and published on the year by Jacob Publishing House. Stephen Hawking, who is considered to be one of the most vibrant and brilliant scientists, wrote this book. He was born in a family of Oxford in 1942 in 8 Jan. He secured first class BA degree in physics at Oxford University and did his PhD degree in mathematics and theoretical physics in Cambridge University. At the age of 21, while he was researching about the cosmological world, he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It's a type of disease which makes the patient physically challenged, which means it affects the neuron of the cell. Then we could have a doubt, how could he write this book? It's all about He invented a computer that can show what he's up to say. Coming to the book, The Theory of Everything. He explains every theory is based on this universe stated Aristotle. Hawking expressed the Aristotle around 340 BC in his book The Heavens, wrote that the earth was in a spherical shape rather than other. He states that there were two theories which Aristotle states. First one was, during the lunar eclipse, the earth's shadow is always round on the moon. Then the other states that the pole star, which is viewed from the south, is always far away. These two theories states that the earth was in a spherical shape rather than other. However, he made a apparent mistake that the earth was in the center of the universe, the sun, moon, and the other objects were orbiting them. Hawking further says, Ptolemy around 1st AD states that did a cosmological model of Aristotle's theories. However, this was accepted by the church people, hence the earth was in the center of the universe. Around 1514, Nicolaus Copernicus says that the sun was the center of the universe and the other planets were orbiting them. This was not accepted by anyone. Around approximately 100 years later, there comes Johannes Kepler and Galileo Galilei, who states that the Copernicus' view were excellent, and with help of newly invented telescope, they proved that the sun was the center of the universe and the other were circulating them. Galileo further observed the moons of the Jupiter. They were orbiting them. This shows that all celestial bodies doesn't want to orbit around the moon, orbit around the earth. Newton. Hawking describes that Newton around 1557 invented the gravitational force. Gravitational force is the higher the mass, higher the gravitational pull. So this made the sun, this makes the planets to revolve around the sun and the moon to orbit around the earth. However, still we could not say that the earth was static or expanding. And around 20th century, in 1929, Edwin Hubble, who was researching about the stars, states that there were other galaxies, not only the Milky Way galaxy in this universe. With the help of the distance of the star, he could prove that there were other galaxies. To find the distance, he could need the apparent brightness and the luminosity. With this, he found the 9 galaxies who were around them. Every galaxies which he noticed were redshifted. Redshifted is a term which is used by astronomers to find the wavelength of the star's radiation is moved towards the red specks. Such they were expanding or they moving away from us. Feynman. The Feynman equations with the help of general theory of relativity, Alexander Feynman states that the earth may expand or contract. He states that they may expand or contract rather than static. He could not say perfectly because that he could not find the mass of the galaxies. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samrathan. I'm from grade 11B. I'm going to review the book, The Time Machine. This has been written by H.G. Wells. He was born in 1866 in England, and he is also called as father of science fiction. Also, his father's name is Joseph Wells. H.G. Wells is not only an author, he is a professional cricketer and a shopkeeper too. He wrote many imaginary books like Invisible Man, The War of the Worlds, and The Time Machine, and etc. Also, he wrote topics related to history and social too. He was dead in London in 1966. The main protagonist of the story is a time traveler. The main villain of the story is Morclus, one of the creature. There are 143 pages and 12 parts. Now let us begin the story. The time traveler and the narrator is in one of the dinner with highly professionals and guests and friends. There are at that time the time traveler explains how the time machine works and how we can travel dimension to dimension, space to space, and time to time, and how he brings a small model which is made up of metal from his laboratory. For, with that, how he explains how we can travel to with length and width, but no one has been accept that we cannot travel. They have said that it is impossible to travel dimension to dimension, space to space, and time to time. And he took it seriously, and he have said that this is serious thing in my life. And also he have said that he really a truth that I have completed the time mission before a week, but also no one has been believed him. Even narrator have said that his time travel is too clever but not serious enough in his life. Also he have said that what model he have been showed in the dinner, it will be forgot easily by the guest. After that, narrator gets invitation from the time traveler, and he goes to that dinner party. After that, near time traveler, one of the person is standing and with a noted pen. Narrator noticed, but he not asked to the time traveler anything or to the guest. The dinner starts, and narrator asks to the time traveler that have you completed the time mission? Have you experienced it? Yes, narrator said that time traveler have said that I have completed the time mission and I have tested it. When I have tested for first time, it have crossed nearly 3 hours ago when I checked my clock, and I have controlled my curiosity and fear. Then I have again tested it, and my laboratory from glasses has been broken and laboratory has been destroyed. It have processed 2,08,700 years to the future. Then time traveler find himself on one of the very strange garden, and some of the creatures looking at the time traveler. When time traveler looks at the creatures, it hidden, and time traveler was surrounding at the place, and he went. One of the creature became so friendly to the time traveler, and they were surrounding, and time traveler was seeing every of the place. But after that, he returned back to the time machine. At the time machine has been not there, and he was searching for the time machine. When he went, after that, he thought because of physical strength or because of intellectual curiosity, the time machine has been gone, and he was searching for the time machine, but he could not get it. And he went back to the Venus, who's the new friend of time traveler, and he slept there. What happened? He said, and he slept there. And one of the sound came from beside the bush, and he went there, and he saw at the time there one of the creature which very large and physical in strength in nature, and he got narrator time traveler had got more afraid of that, and he went inside the Venus house and slept. And morning came. At the time he went in, he came outside, and he said what happened to time traveler, and he have doubt on that creature. Maybe the time machine has been taken by the creature, and he got some information about the time creature also, and he have, and Venus said that it will live and only in underground only, and will it will live in one darkness area only. Also he have said, and also he have said that it will not come to surface because of sunlight. It will hide in ground area only. And then time traveler went into the ground area, and he was searching for the time machine. At last he found the time machine, but Morclus, that creature, surrounded the time traveler, but he escaped from that place, and he came outside. And new moon day came, and he it was useful and helpful for the creature, and he defeated from the, and he came out of the creature, but he could not defeat that creature. And again he went there, and he pulled the lever from the time machine, and he completed and destroyed and the creature, and he came back to the, and he came back to that future. And the narrator was also excited of that, and he also wants to travel through it. And also, thank you.
I'm Harshana from grade 8B. You all know what is a book. Books play a quite essential role in every student's life by introducing the creativity to their mind and heart. And I'm here to review the book Good Old Secret 7, which was written by Enid Blyton and published by Good Press Publications in the year 1960. And to say about the author, Enid Mary Blyton, She has wrote several books for children, and her books have been worldwide bestseller since the year 1930. Her books have been translated in 90 languages, and at 2018 she was at the fourth place for most translated authors. And Naughty, Famous 5, Secret 7 are her top 3 famous books. And to say about the book, this book contains 132 pages with 20 chapters. And the outlook of the book contains a woman standing on a castle and scaring the jackdaws. Maybe the cover will look scary, but when you read the content which is given inside, it will be very interesting. And the main characters of this books are Peter, Janet, Jack, Susie, and an unknown woman. Peter is the leader of the group, and Janet is the sister of Peter. Jack, he's very kind and calm person. He's the friend of Peter, and Susie is the sister of Jack, and she's very awful. She always interrupts in others' work and makes it spoil. And the unknown woman, she's actually a thief who stole many pictures from the museum, and she was being arrested. And then, coming to the story, every holiday the Secret Seven group used to meet, and they used to have delicious snacks, and they used to go around the mysteries and secrets. And one day, what happened, Jack said that he'll bring his telescope. And he bought it, and after a few days, when Janet was using that telescope, she found that someone was hiding in the towering castle and scaring the jackdaws. And then they all decided to go to the towering castle. And when they all went there, they found many jackdaws flying around and some banging sounds. And then the children were very scared, and they found an extinguished fire. And then they all ran away, and they was frightened to the extreme. And then when they came back, they decided to see the news. In the news, it came like one woman stole many paintings from the museum, and before the Secret Seven group went there, Susie also went. And she found that a woman was painting the castle, and she found many unframed paintings in the dungeons. Dungeons is the place where the prisoners were kept in the prison. And then, after few minutes, they all decided to go to the towering castle again. And then they found the woman sleeping at the night time. And then they was waiting for the thief. The thief was coming to get the paintings from that woman. And then what happened? The boys was being caught by the thieves. However, boys took the paintings and they slid it over the mountain. And it went down within they go. And after that, Janet asked for binoculars from his father to check for any signals, whether the boys are giving or not. And then no signals was there, and Janet ran to his father and said, he thought that it is a very dangerous, and he took mate and the gardener with him. And when the boys was caught, and the Peter's father rescued the boys, and they was safe home. And however, the woman was escaped, and the three thieves was arrested. The thieves was being arrested. And then the paintings was returned to the museum. From this, we can get to know that teamwork will help wherever we go. And every story will give us some life lesson. And from this, teamwork will help us wherever we go. And then, don't think that only general knowledge books will give you information. Even the story books will give you information like this. And then my memorable aspect in this book is when they all how the way they approached to the thief and they caught them. And I like the part that when they all went without any scare and they caught. And I will rate this book 5 stars. Thank you.
Everyone, I am Sivakuma from grade 9A going to review a book.
The book which I am going to review is an autobiography of Jawaharlal Nehru. This book was written by Jawaharlal Nehru during 1934 and 1935 when he was in prison. It is a non-fiction biography and it's an autobiography. And also, this book was published during 1936 in London by John Lane, and later this book was published in India at New Delhi in the event of Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund and Teen Murthy House. To tell more about the author, he was born on 14th November 1889 at Allahabad, and also he was educated in England, Harrow and Cambridge. After 1912, he returned to India and played central role of India's independence. And after India got independence, he was 17 years Prime Minister of India. And also on 27th May 1964, he was from that time onwards, he was eligible to known as one of the outstanding writer. He wrote 3 books. His most renowned 3 books were an autobiography, Glimpses of World History, and The Discovery of India. Jawaharlal Nehru's life was closely intertwined with India's history. He wrote this book during 1934 and 1935 when he was in prison. Through his narrative, he has proven his love for the nation and also zest for the life. And he wrote vibrant information about Mahatma Gandhi and other nationalist leaders who took active part in India's independence. While reading this book, I was inspired by 5 chapters. Let's see those chapters. Chapter 1, Europeans' Behavior. In that chapter, the author tells how an European treat Indians. I mean, how an British treat Indians. And this was strongly and massively opposed by Jawaharlal Nehru and took on revolt. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is nothing but non-cooperation movement. On 1920, the Indian National Congress leaders were launched this non-cooperation movement by Mahatma Gandhi with the support of Jawaharlal Nehru. The purpose of this non-cooperation movement is where the people ask them to refuse to cooperate with British government. People over the world gave up their titles and jobs. Even the children gave up their schools and colleges. This was one of the massive and longest acts in the independence act. Chapter 3 is nothing but Purna Swaraj. Under the committee of Jawaharlal Nehru and Motilal Nehru, they formed this Purna Swaraj. This meant the fundamental rights for citizens and also the dominant status for Indian. And also, these were not met by the government, and it was one of the small reasons India got independence. Chapter 4 is nothing but civil disobedience. Civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is nothing but some of the statements, some of the rules, some of these laws were considered as unjust laws, rules, and everything. To put the end of these things, they launched this. Also, while reading this book, the author a best example for the civil disobedience, nothing but Danti March. Danti March is nothing but a march of protest where the British forbade Indians, the British refused Indians from making laws and imposed heavy duties on them. Chapter 5 is nothing but dual policy. Dual policy is nothing but government have all the rights to run a country, control a country by putting two governments, and this was strongly opposed by Warren Hastings. And also, the author tells about Bengal, how Bengal was partitioned with the policy of divide and rule, and the Bengal was there under the control of British rule, and Nawabs were their prisoners. And also, the strength of the book is, as I already said, that it leads a person. The author tells that we should not hide our problems, we should face our problems, we should be bold, and we should not lose from our problems. And also, the weakness of the book is, this book can be furthermore summarized, and the words would be very complex to read and understand the meaning. While reading this book, I got a famous quote. Through all his details, there runs a deep current of humanity which overpass the facts of tangles and leads a person who is greater than his deed and truer than his surrounding, by Rabindranath Tagore. And also, my personal feedback of this book is, it's a great and fantastic book to read. This book is perfect and suitable for age readers 9 to 20 plus. And also, this is a fine graders book where we can found in anywhere. And to this, I would like to conclude my speech by telling a famous quote.
in moderation, placing all my glory, while Tories call me Whig and Whig a Tory. Thank you.
I'm Kavilya, here to review a book on the title Man's Search for Meaning, written by Viktor Frankl. The size of your problems is nothing compared with your ability to solve your problems. Don't overestimate your problems and underestimate yourself. With these beautiful lines, let me begin my book review. Before that, I just want to give some notes about the author. Viktor Frankl was born on March 26, 1905 in Vienna, Austria, and died in September 2, 1995. He was a psychiatrist and a psychotherapist who developed a psychological approach known as logotherapy that is widely recognized as the third school of Viennese psychotherapy. The basis of Frankl's theory was that the primary motivation of an individual is the search for meaning in life, and the human nature motivated by the search for a life purpose. Frankl's theories were heavily influenced by his personal experiences of sufferings and loss in Nazi concentration camp under Adolf Hitler. The genre of the book is psychology and non-fiction. This book totally contains 160 pages and it was sold over 12 million copies worldwide. It is available in 24 languages and it was published in 1946 by Bacon Press in English. Man's Search for Meaning is a two-part account. The first part discusses about the Frankl's experiences in the concentration camp. And the second part is compressed of his therapy known as logotherapy. The first part starts like Frankl hears that Hitler had tortured and killed lakhs and lakhs of Jewish people in the concentration camp. He was a psychiatrist and psychotherapist and a doctor. So he thought that no one would put him in the concentration camp or neither torture him. After a few days, he realized that his thoughts were really wrong. A big truck consisting of 100 people took him and his family along and stopped at the railway station. There, several people were ordered to get into different trains, which separated Frankl and his family. The train in which Frankl was traveling stopped at the Auschwitz concentration camp, making the prayers of the people go vain. Even Frankl noticed that in the travel, many people were praying that they should not go to Auschwitz concentration camp, which was cruel and killed thousands and thousands of people. Once they get into the camp, they ordered the people to stand in two lines, one consisting of men and another consisting of women. And they categorized the people into two categories. First category consisted of prisoners who had physical strength and ability to work hard. And the second category consisted of people who did not have enough physical strength to work hard. However, the camp guards or camp wardens are going to kill the prisoners. But they decided to get work from the first category people and asked the second category people to move to the crematory area and kill them over there. The sufferings of the prisoners are the most emotional part in this book according to me. There were many cruel incidents in this book which made me to feel very bad. The first was the prisoners of the concentration camp were asked to clean human facials with empty hand. If they show any facial depressions or any type of facial reactions, they were tortured very much and even sometimes shot. The another thing was the people worked non-stop a day and get their breads in a line. One day, an old man was not appropriately standing in a straight line. So a camp warden beat him in such a way that his body was full of blood stains. On that night, he asked Frankl, why did they beat me? What was the cause of this cruel act on me? I work so hard every day and get my breads. What mistake have I done? He questioned Frankl. Frankl was speechless. On the next day morning, the old man suicided. And the another one thing which shattered me was, if someone is dead in the concentration camp, they put their dead bodies in a room. Only 2 weeks once, there comes a big truck and takes off the dead bodies. Like this, there were more cruel incidents and injustice done to the prisoners of the concentration camp. In the beginning of the concentration camp, Frankl bought a book which was written by himself, but a camp ward tore and gave it to him. Now, Frankl remembers that incident and he decides that he somehow have to complete that book and give it to the world. He also wants the world to know how Jewish people suffered in the concentration camp. And he takes this as his life purpose. For writing that book, Frankl needs to come out of the camp. The most awaited day of Frankl has come. Frankel and some other prisoners got released from the concentration camp. By the end of this chapter, Frankel says that if you find your life purpose or meaning of your life, then you can survive anything. The second part is compressed of logotherapy in a nutshell. Logotherapy is a method of giving meaning to one's life. This book is an absolute treasure. I learned many life lessons from this book. I would rate this book 4.5 out of 5, and I would strongly recommend each and every one of you to read this book and find meaning in your life. Thank you.
Hi all, I am Pranesh Lingo from grade 9B, and I'm going to give you a book review on one of my favorite books, Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. This book was written by Rick Riordan and published by Puffin Books in the year June 2005. Let me tell you a short note about the author. Basically, Rick Riordan, also known as Richard Russell Riordan Jr., is a 57-year-old American author who was born on 5th June 1964. He is known for writing his Percy Jackson and Percy Jackson the Olympian series, Kane Chronicles, Magnus Chase, and his Trials of Apollo series. His first big breakthrough was actually Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. His books have been sold into more than 42 languages and has been sold in 30 million copies in the US alone. His works have induced related media such as graphic novels and short story collections. Let's get back to the book. The genre of this book is mythology and detective fiction. The tone of this book the style of this book is first person point of view. The tone of this book is upbeat and suspenseful. Basically, Percy Jackson is a good kid, but he can't seem to control his anger. He also has trouble focusing on his schoolwork. Lately, being away at the boarding school has made it worse. Percy could have sworn that his pre-algebra teacher turned into a monster and attempted to kill him. Therefore, he was always agitated, thus resulting in anger loss. When Percy's mother heard of this incident, she realizes that it was time for Percy to go to the camp that his father wanted him to go to. Percy there realizes that his long-lost father is actually Poseidon, the Greek god of seas. Percy then embarks on an adventure with two of his other friends, Grover or Satyr, and Annabeth Chase, the demigod daughter of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, to prevent a claustrophobic war between the gods. What I love most about this book is that this the Golden Trio. Percy Jackson seems to resemble the 12-year-old version of me. He has a fiery character and has poor control of his anger. He also constantly stands up to his bullies. Furthermore, I did some more research and found out that during the process of his writing, Rick Riordan actually was inspired by his son, Haley Riordan, who is also ADHD and dyslexic. He decided to set his main character as a dyslexic and ADHD. I found it exceptionally wonderful for Rick Riordan to make his main character ADHD and dyslexic. This book was actually written in June 2005, where our planet witnessed the most amount of dyslexics birth. Let's get Annabeth Chase and Grover Underwood seem to be the perfect balance of the duo in the trio. Annabeth Chase is smart, strategic, intelligent, and always has a strong affinity to architecture due to her heritage built with the wisdom goddess. She's always ready to take on a challenge and seems to be the brains of the trio. Grover Underwood is emotionally intelligent and always senses others feeling easily. He has a strong affinity to animals, and to top it off, he's an environmentalist. This trio can actually be a role model for both adults and children alike. What I love most about this book is also that all the clues were actually laid out ostentatiously. In the first 4 chapters, it didn't take me long to deduce that Percy Jackson is actually the son of Poseidon, as the clues were laid out ostentatiously. Moreover, it was fun to play on with the prophecy to find out who the traitor's friend were. It also made me happy that Percy managed to survive even though Luke tried to poison him. One of the most exceptional things about this book is the love and family embarked on this adventure. The love between Percy and his mother is truly heartwarming. Percy Jackson's mother, Sally Jackson, has sacrificed so many things just because of her son's safety. She married an awful man called Gabby Uglaino just to mask the scent of Percy's Percy's smell from the monsters. Moreover, Percy's underlying motive to the underworld is to actually retrieve his dead mother, which he actually failed to do it. This actually lies to the this actually lines to the line of the prophecy, "You shall fail to say what matters the most." Some of the famous quotes from these books are, "Even strength boasts to wisdom sometimes." This quote is said when Percy actually fights Ares, the god of war, and prevents a claustrophobic war between the gods. Percy uses his wits to defeat the Ares, the god of war, who only has bronze but not brains. Percy in the end defeats Ares and successfully retrieves the Helm of Darkness. Another famous quote from this book is, I didn't want to be a son of a Greek god." Percy says this when he's actually tired of all he has to go through, just because he was the son of a Greek god. So one can learn from this that, yes, we can actually dream for power, but one should always be mindful of the power they receive. Great power also comes with great deals of hardships. Another famous quote from this book is that, "What is the glory in doing of others what is the glory in doing what others did?" This quote was actually said by Luke Castellan, the antagonist of this story. This quote is said when Percy confronts Luke about supporting Kronos, and also compares his quest with Hercules, who also said that it was a great quest. Percy also said that to Luke Castellan to cheer him up. This quote actually empowers us to succeed in whatever you do and never give up. The way Percy experiences betrayal, scary truth, trust, and death, trust and death does not always make it easy for Percy. However, Percy learns from his mistake and always perseveres. He also never gives up and also makes it easy for these others, even sacrificing many things for him. He never gives hardships to others, mostly his mother. The exceptional bonding between Percy and his mother is truly heartwarming. Some of my favorite chapters from this book are chapter 1, chapter 13, and chapter 16. So I would like to conclude my speech saying we should always learn from our mistakes and we should never give up. Thank you.
This is Aglesha from grade 11A to review the book When Things Fall Apart. This book consists of 22 chapters which revolves around fear, hopelessness, and groundlessness. I think all of you know what is fear. Every one of us would be experiencing fear in some part of our life. But the author says fear is universal. Even the smallest insect can feel it. And people who come here to give a review may also fear. They also may feel fear. And what about hopelessness or groundlessness? In this book, the author Pema Chodron Anand explains it very clearly. When everything around you becomes completely dark or everything around you demotivates you, in this situation, you'll have nothing to grasp up and overcome the situation. This state of mind is known as hopelessness or groundlessness. The author says, for example, you may lose your loved ones, or your friend may stop speaking with you, or he or she may avoid you. In this situation, you'll be in great trouble, or you'll be in great depression. Usually, while we come across these situations, what we think is, when this gets away, we'll be happy. I'll be happy when this particular trouble is getting away. But the reality is opposing. If this trouble goes away, there is some other thing waiting for you. If you're a person who is thinking like, if I get rid of this trouble, I'll be happy, then you are not going to get happiness in your entire life. The author says, the trouble-giving situations or obstacles are like sun and moon. If one goes, the other comes, and that's what the reality is. And it's about to you how you face the obstacle. You can face it as your friend, your enemy, and your teacher as well. It depends upon your perception of reality. And the author says obstacles can also occur at two levels, at the inner level and as well as at the outer level. The outer level in the sense, something external disturbs your mind and it also disturbs your peace and harmony. Obstacles occurring at inner level in the sense, nothing else but your own mind puts you in depression. And when the situations are like this, when the situations taste bitter to you, you wish it to go faster, but the reality doesn't change for you. The author explains it with a clear example. Let's say a student is studying in a particular grade, he didn't study particular topic as it is not very interested. As the particular topic was not asked in the exam, he easily skipped it and got away from the particular grade. In the next grade, he is supposed to study the same topic, which is very necessary for him. Now he has to learn the same topic to pass the particular grade. This is what the author says. Nothing else goes away until it has taught what you need to know. It is really practical and applicable in all parts of our life. The author not only says about obstacle and how we face it, he also gives 4 maras. There is 4 ways how we face the obstacle or how we try to avoid the obstacle. And these 4 maras are Devaputra Mara, Skanda Mara, Klesha Mara and Yama Mara. Devaputra Mara in the sense, you seek pleasure in order to avoid pain or in order to avoid the obstacle. Klesha Mara in the sense, you recollect yourself in order to deal with the obstacle. Skanda Mara in the sense, you exaggerate the obstacle with your emotions to deal with it. Yama Mara in the sense, you deal the obstacle with the fear of death. What the author asks is, whenever you face an obstacle, try to notice how you deal with it. But what we do is, we notice its impact in the future. But we can't guess it really, but we try to predict it. That's what the mistake we do. This very moment is the perfect teacher. Whenever we are happy around a person or around something, we want it to travel with us in the entire life. That's what we do. But let's say your home gives you happiness. You wish to live in the same house for many years. But at the next very moment, a nuclear bomb may fall on your house and destroy it. This is what the reality is. Let's say you are happy around a person, you are comfortable around a person. At the next moment, the person may leave. If you doesn't realize it, and this kind of attachment gives you only pain. At this moment, I am happy in my home. At this moment, I am happy around a person. This is what the reality is, and this is how we should enjoy the reality. Next, the author also speaks about 8 worldly dharmas. What are these 8 worldly dharmas? These are 4 opposing pairs. One favors you and the other doesn't favor you. By reading this book, you can know what is no man's land and how to live in it. I would like to end with a quote, which is also a controversial quote. Start with hopelessness and end making ground for you. Thank you.
I'm Sumedha from grade 11B, and today I'm here to speak about the book Our Bodies, Their Battlefield. So yes, as the title says it all, some of you might have already found out, this is a book about what war does to women. It speaks about the ill effects of war, especially on women and children. And the author of this book, Christina Lamb, is a renowned author who has co-written the book I Am Malala with the Nobel laureate Malala Yousafzai and The Girl from Aleppo with Nojeen Mustafa. Apart from this, she has also done many other significant works, including war reporting around many parts of the world, ranging from the Middle East to Latin America for over 30 years. And one significant thing about her in this field is that she has brought the plight and struggle of female war survivors into light, something which many other war reporters have rarely done. And before we get into this book, let me tell you about what the author had said about the reason behind writing this book. She says that the other half of the story always remains untold. To be more clear, whenever we read newspapers, articles, reports, or any history books about war, it's mostly about men fighting with each other and dying, capturing each other's territories, and bombing their capitals. So, the other half of the story always remains untold. And so in this book, she gives a voice to the women in conflict-prone regions and exposes how molestation and rape is used as a tool to humiliate and terrify people in these areas. So coming to the first page of the book, there is a quote by Aisha. Aisha is a 1971 Bangladesh war survivor, and she says that we have lost our honor and dignity, but you won't find our names in any of the war memorials or monuments. Of course, this quote is self-explanatory, and in the starting page of the book, there's a case about Yazidis. Yazidis are the relatively small group of people who live in a place called Sinjar, which is locked inside 2 mountains in the Iraq-Syria border, and that is where they believe that the Noah's Ark has halted. But this community has a very little population. It has almost only 10 lakhs people, and in that 10 lakh people, only 4 lakh 50,000 people, which is less than half of their population, live in Sinjar. And the other half, which is 5 lakh 50,000, they live in the other parts of the world, scattered in many foreign countries. And actually, the word Yazidi stems from the word SD, meaning God, and Yazidi means worshippers or followers of God. One unfortunate thing about this community is that the ISIS and many other terrorist organizations are trying to exterminate this community because they believe that the peacock angel, which is worshipped by them, is Iblis, a satanic figure which appears in the Quran. And in the past, it was not just the ISIS, but also many other neighbors, including Iraqis, Mongols, Persians, and Turks, who tried to exterminate this community. And this community has been exposed to so much violence to an extent that they had this word called Ferman, meaning attempted extermination in their language, long before its English equivalent. Genocide was coined in the year 1944 by the Polish lawyer Lemkin. And when we look at whatever the atrocities the ISIS have committed towards them, they have killed the men and they have abducted the women, and they have also traded the people, and human trafficking was much more prevalent. And the sad thing is that even now, not only during war times, even during normal times, human trafficking is prevalent. And also, the author says that many ancient civilizations also did this, including Rome and many other ancient Greek civilizations. So now let us look at the story of Medusa. We all know that Medusa is this monster-like creature, but at first she was a beautiful mortal maiden, but then she was assaulted by Poseidon. So in the temple of Athena, so Athena got angered by this, and she punished Medusa instead of Poseidon. This is one of the clear cases of victim blaming, and the abductors used this as an advantage towards their against their victims. In many cases, the prosecutors don't usually file cases for these because they feel that it is either too difficult to prove or they are just not as devastating as murder, and which is downright absurd. And also we can see the author has spoken about the case of Boko Haram terrorists in Nigeria. They abducted the girls, forcefully converted them, and they fed them extremist propaganda, and the boys were shot dead. And in this, the Boko Haram believed that the Western education is something that should be forbidden, and they believed in the flat earth theory and dismissed all the modern evidence-backed science theories. And also, later, the girls were rescued from these people, but the problem did not end there. They had Stockholm syndrome. It's a mental condition in which the victim develops a codependence or bond with the abductor, and many tried to contact their abductors. Apart from this, the author also speaks about the stories of many great heroes who gave up their own peace. And in conclusion, I would give this book a 4.5-star rating, and this is suitable for everyone above 13 years of age. Thank you.
I am Rikita from grade 9A to give a book review on the book My Invention, which is an autobiography of Nikola Tesla. This book is compiled and edited by Ben Johnston, detailing the work of Nikola Tesla. This content was largely drawn from the series of articles which Nikola Tesla had written for the Electrical Experimenter magazine in 1919, when he was 63 years old. This book is divided into 6 chapters and was first published in the year 1919. Let me talk about the author. A brilliant scientist and visionary, Nikola Tesla was born on July 10, 1856 in the village of Smiljan. He was gifted with an eidetic memory power since his schooling days. Throughout his life, he made groundbreaking discoveries. All his inventions are extraordinary, such as the system of power generation and transmission through alternating current, which powers most of the world today. In this book, the author says about himself, his family, and his friends, and generally more human topics than scientific ones. He manifested his early sparkles of innovations and aims. He also said some of his inventions in detail. In the first stage, he had a brother who was gifted with an extraordinary degree. They owned a horse which was responsible for his brother's
death. His premature death left his parents disconsolate. Until the age of 8 years, he was very weak and vacillating. After some days, he liked books the most. His father had a large library, and whenever he could manage, he tried to satisfy his passion in reading. In his college, the demonstration and experiments performed from time to time by his professor fascinated him and undoubtedly a powerful incentive to invention. And he was also fond of mathematical studies and whenever he could and won the professor's prize for rapid calculation. In, in 1899, when he was past 40, he could hear the distinctly thunderclap miles away. So his ears was 13 times more sensitive. He experienced a crushing pressure on the skull. In dark, he could sense a bat and could detect the presence of an object at the distance of 12 feet away. Because due to the peculiar creepy sensation on his forehead. I think the discovery of magnifying transmitter is the Nikola's best invention. This is a resonant transformer with a secondary and the parts of high potential or of considerable area arranged in the space along ideal enveloping surfaces, ensuring the and and the distance so that power of distances so that no leak can occur even if the conductor is bare. This is suitable for any frequency from few to many thousands of cycles per second. In September 1898, he operated a 3-foot model boat, both rotary and radio signals at the same time before people at Madison Square Garden in New York City. He done his invention not only for boat but for any mechanism which is for any purpose. This book he says some other invention which he made. They are the Tesla wireless system, the art of visualization and the terrestrial stationary waves. The Tesla wireless system is an invention which we use as mobile phones today. The art of visualization is an invention which is to primitive tuning. It makes transmission of a message or a signal absolutely secret, both in active and passive aspect. That is non-interfering as well as non-interferable. The terrestrial stationary waves. This is a wonderful discovery, popularly explained, means that Earth is responsive for the electrical vibrations for a tuning fork to certain waves of sound. I think Nikola Tesla foresaw the future. I like that he done his invention not to gain money. He done his hard work only for the betterment of the society. His passion to become an engineer inspired me a lot. He trusts people most, but they messed him and stole his plans, which hurts me. In this book, this also says about some of the abilities such a person possesses. For instance, drawing on a blackboard bored Nikola because he could draw things in his mind, which is as real as they were drawn in the physical world. With his abilities, he designed some of his inventions, and once constructed in real life, they worked the very first time because he already tested them in his mind. He also suffered from frail health most of his life. In his school days, he saw a mechanical model which interested him and took attention towards water turbines. He constructed many of those and found great pleasure on operating them. He imagined that a big wheel running over the Niagara Falls, but due to some reasons he couldn't do that. After 30 years, his ideas were carried out at the Niagara Falls by someone else. In the second year of his studies, he came with an idea of continuous motion through steady air pressure. His endeavors crystallized to an invention which enabled him to do an achievement which no other attempted. In 1856, Lord Kelvin exposed the theory of condenser discharge. Tesla saw the possibilities and undertook the development of induction on this principle.
His progress was so rapid and enabled him to do a lecture in 1899, a coil giving sparks until 5 inches. This is a law of Nikola Tesla, which is very like that, governing, governing the conversion of chemical energy. I conclude by saying that Nikola Tesla is an intelligent and someone far ahead of his time. I give 5 stars for this book. Thank you.
I'm Vishal from grade 11 and I'm here to review the book Silence, the Power of Quiet in a World Full of Noise. This book is all about having mindfulness and silence in you and how that helps you to create happiness in your life. This book was written by the world's famous Buddhist monk, Mr. Thich Nhat Hanh, and he is also known as the father of mindfulness. He was born on 11th October 1926 and passed on the year 2022. He published more than 100 books in his lifetime, and some of the books are as follows: Anger, Fear, Being Peace, No Death, No Fear, and etc. And this book was originally published on the year 2015, and the cover page of this book was designed so good, and it shows us the connection between the personal inner peace and the peace on earth. And now let's get into this book. First of all, in our life, we spend a lot of time looking for happiness. And in this book, the author had mentioned our life's happiness as the life's call. And our life is calling us every day, every hour, and every minute. But we are rarely in the position to listen to that. And the only way to listen to the call and respond is through silence. If we don't have silence in our lives, we will not be able to hear the life's call. And there is a NST in our mind, that is non-stop thinking, which creates noise inside us. And mindfulness is the only thing that quiets the noise inside us. And without that, we are pulled away by different things in our life. Sometimes we revisit the old memories only to suffer again and again and again. And there are also some people who are so anxious about their future. Anxiety and fear about future also prevent us from hearing the life's call. And even if we try to live in the present moment, we are distracted by many things because we feel the current situation as boring. And at that time, our NST will make some noise inside us, that something will come into our lives and make our lives a bit more interesting and exciting. But the truth is that something will never come into our life. And how can we create mindfulness? It's so simple. Just having through a deep breath, a good walking, and having a good meditation can create mindfulness in our lives. And our life is filled with different sounds. Even if no one is speaking to you or you are not speaking to anyone, still there are ways that sounds can reach us. For example, it is always very impossible to find a place in an airport or in a railway station without a television or a radio blaring. And the author also says that we consume different kinds of food every day. The first one is the edible food. These are the normal food which we receive through our mouth. And the second one is the sensory food. And it is also called as the sense impressions. These are the impressions which we receive through our mouth, ears, eyes, body, mind, and etc. And it also includes what you see, what you read, what you touch, what you love, and what you feel. And recently, a teenager had confessed that he spends more than 8 hours in a day by playing video games in order to forget his unpleasant feelings. And most of us in this place can relate this situation into our lives because we try to fill up our loneliness and emptiness with these kind of sense impressions. And there are some plants in this world which can make you sick. If you consume it, you just suffer from it. And people usually don't grow these plants in their garden or in their farm. Similarly, you can cultivate those healthy things in your consciousness which can make your life healthier and happier. And we need to learn to turn off the NST in our mind. Because even if you are not speaking with anyone, or you are just watching a television, or you are just listening to some kind of music, most of us we feel that we are not being quiet or being settled. It is because there is an internal radio running through our mind. That is the NST. And mindfulness shows us the miracles of the life. And happiness arises in our life only when we are aware about the miracles of the life. For example, if there is a full moon in the sky and you are not paying attention to it and just thinking about something else, the moon just disappears. But if you pay attention to that, you can enjoy the present moment in happiness in silence. But it is not always thinking can be seen as well. Thinking can be productive. In other words, we can say thinking is some kind of a fruit. Some kind of fruit will make your life healthier, but the others are not. And we spend a lot of time by playing video games or visiting some social media websites in order to forget our unpleasant feelings. But we should stop consuming these kind of sense impressions. But we should not force ourselves to stop using the mobile phone or the internet. And I will conclude my review by saying a beautiful quote. A meaningful silence is always better than the meaningless words. Thank you.
I'm Ashika of grade 9B, here to present a book review on the title Tales of Buddha. Give, even if you have a little. Conquer anger with non-anger. Conquer badness with goodness. Conquer meanness with generosity. Never see what has been done, only see what remains to be done. With these beautiful lines, let me begin my book review. First of all, who is Buddha? He is an ascetic, a religious leader, and a teacher. He was born in Lumini, which is located at present-day Nepal. His parents were King Suddhodana and Queen Maya Devi. He had two siblings named Sundarinanda and Nanda. Coming to the book, this book is a unique collection of Jataka tales, which was first published in the year 2012 by Tiny Tot Publications. This book consists of around 160 pages and 30 beautifully illustrated chapters. This book contains some important events and incidents that occurred in Lord Buddha's life from his birth till he attained salvation was beautifully garlanded in this book. The events which took place in this book were from 623 BC, that is from the birth of Lord Buddha. Some notable characters in this book were King Suddhodana and Queen Maya Devi, who were the parents of Lord Buddha, and Yashodhara, who was the wife of Lord Buddha, and Rahula, who was the son of Lord Buddha. Last but not the least, the main character, that is Siddhartha, who is the son of King Suddhodana, who later became into Lord Buddha. So the first 8 chapters were about Lord Buddha's birth, about his marriage life, and his way to enlightenment. The 9th to 29th chapter, it was about his preachings and problems solved by him amongst the people. The last chapter, that is the 13th chapter, was about the salvation of Lord Buddha. Every chapters were very important, but out of that, I felt around 4 chapters which were very important. I'll just share those in detail. The first chapter is Birth of Siddhartha. When Queen Maya Devi gave birth to her son, there were many mystery things occurred. The first thing was she had no labor pain, and the second thing was there were flowers showered from the sky. The third thing was there was spiritual water sprinkled from the heaven too. But unfortunately, after the 7th day of delivery, Queen Maya Devi had died. After a few days, King Suddhodana's son was named as Siddhartha. Soon he became into a young and a kind man. The next chapter was about Lord Buddha's marriage life. Will you believe that Lord Buddha was married? Yes, he was married when he was a prince. He was married to a princess named Yashodhara, and she gave birth to a son named Rahula. The next chapter is reality of life. Once Lord Siddhartha went to visit his city. There he saw the pain of his people. So, by seeing the miserable life led by his people, he wanted to know the cycle of birth, rebirth, and death. So he started to meditate in the forest under a tree. No one was able to wake him up from that place. Soon he attained enlightenment too. By using his immense knowledge, he started to solve people's problems. One of those was poison of wealth. I'll just say the thought alone. When we work hard and get something, it last long. But when we go in a shortcut way, or when we cheat, the thing which we get will not last long,
or even will not get things to. So, the next chapter is Salvation of Lord Buddha. Man was a god of desire. He used to make people's wishes true. But after Lord Buddha came, he had no work to do because Lord Buddha said that there must be no desires with us. So, he had no work to do. So, he asked Lord Buddha when he'll get his salvation. The Lord Buddha also said he'll get salvation within 2 months. As Lord Buddha said, he got his salvation within 2 months by saying his last word that death is the truth of life, and he asked his disciples to spread Buddhism to keep the world in peace. So, from this book, I have learned that by controlling our desires, we will not have any pain, sufferings, and fears, and also will not have any greedy thoughts too. I'll rate this book with 5 stars because this book had beautiful and eye-catching illustrations which made the book more interesting, and the chronological order-wise stories made the book more interesting. I recommend this book to all of you. Thank you.
I'm Pranav from grade 11B. I'm going to review the book How to Win Friends and Influence People. The author of the book is Dave Koenig. He was born in the year 1888. This book published in the year 1936. This book sold more than 5 million copies in 31 languages. This book is divided into 4 parts. Each part tells us how to win friends and influence people. The first part is fundamental techniques in handling people. The first principle under part 1 is don't criticize, condemn or complain because you're not going to get anything out of criticism. Criticism or homing pigeons. If you started criticizing others, you'll just receive the bad and negative impressions. You should not do that. Instead, author says we should not criticize others, just we have to correct them. Author shares a beautiful story that is in a manager who works in an office and he has his employees to wear a hat. Many used to remove it when he often leaves the company. To fix this problem, he came with a solution. That is, he went towards his employees and asked whether this hat is making any trouble to you. They said no. Then he said, this hat prevents you from the radiation and the heat which is produced inside the company. Then later on, after 2 weeks, everyone started wearing the hat. This is a remarkable change. Author says we have to handle every situation like this manager. Next, let's move on to the principle 2. That is, give honest and sincere appreciation. William James once said, the deepest principle in human nature is cravings to be appreciated. If when you're appreciating others, which brings out the enthusiasm and it motivates them to do a lot of works. Author shares a good story that is, in his childhood, his teacher used to motivate him for even the slightest improvement. That makes them to succeed in his life even for any heights. So next, let's move on to the part 2. That is 6 ways to make people like you. The first principle under this part 2 is smile. I hope you all know about this quote. That is, first impression is the best impression. When your first impression is your smile, then it gives you confidence to conquer the world. When your first impression is your smile, then other person, opposite gender, will try to make a conversation with you. Author shares a beautiful story. That is, in a veterinary hospital, many of the patients were with their dogs. And a woman came with her dog and with her baby. The small baby smiled at the old man over there. Then the old man and the woman started having conversation. Then later on, the hall turned into a joyful place. What made the hall to turn into a joyful place? Just the smile from the baby. When your first impression is your smile, then it creates really a huge impact. Now let's move on to the principle 2. That is, then part 3. That is, how to change people without giving offense or arousing resentment. First principle is, begin with praise and sincere appreciation. Before identifying mistakes in others, when you're praising them, then there will be a good mentality to understand, to recognize their mistakes. Instead, suppose just you're going to criticize others, they're not going to accept the criticism. They'll just defend them. So we have to first praise them, then we have to identify the mistake. Now let's move on to another principle. That is, how to throw down a challenge. This author says, if you want things get done, the only way is to stimulate competition. Author shares a beautiful story. That is, a manager who works in a mill and he asked the employees to increase the production. But nothing's changed. There was a constant. And to fix this, he asked the morning shift workers how much of tons of rice you have produced in this morning shift. They said 6. He wrote 6 over the blackboard over there. Then later on, after seeing this, the night shift workers came over there and they asked these things. Then later they wrote 7 at the morning. It symbolizes that they have produced 7 tons of rice. Then after a few months or few weeks, the number will keep on changing from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. Likewise, the production of the company also started increasing. What made the company to increase its production? Just the competition which was created by this manager. When there is a competition in our life, we'll just learn a plenty of things. So it gives us a good exposure to. Now let's move on to another principle, that is talk in terms of other person's interest. When you are talking in terms of other person's interest, it really creates a really good relationship and good bond. That is, when we are in a good path, let's take this example. That is, James and his friends were selling breads, and none of the people have bought it. The sales was going really down. To fix this, they went to a friend and they talked in terms of his interest. So it really made a good chance for creating his business opportunity. And I would rate this book 4.5 out of 5. This is a really nice self-development book. So this is a must-read book. Thank you.
Hi, I am Ashad from grade 10A. Here I am to give the review on the book named Ikigai. It was written by Hector Garcia and Francis Miralles. It was published in the year 2016 and was translated in the year 2017. It contains 9 chapters and 194 pages. Hector Garcia is a Japanese citizen who lived there for over a decade. He has written many books. Most of his books are related to the Japanese culture. Some of his bestsellers are Ikigai and A Geek in Japan. Francis Miralles is an award-winning author who have written many books, and some of his bestsellers are Wabi Sabi and Love in Small Letters. This book is the Japanese secret to a long and happy life. This book will help us to find our Ikigai. But what is Ikigai? So Ikigai can be broken down into Iki and Gai, where Iki means life and Gai means to be worth. So Ikigai means life to be worth. But if we translate it, it will come like happiness in being busy. After finding our Ikigai, we can find the purpose of our life and be busy. So you might think being busy is a tough job. No, here it refers to being active. So this book starts with a proverb saying that only staying active will make us to live 100 years. What they are trying to say is, if we are active every time, we can live for 100 years. This book came into being on a rainy night in Tokyo when 2 of the authors sat down and read and were discussing about some things. They have read each other's work and decided to work together. That's when they were invited to Okinawa. They went to Okinawa and find some things. Let's see what they have found and what are the secrets in Okinawa. So Okinawa is a place where people live a long and healthy life. Around 24.55% of the people live above the age of 100. After going there, they found that they do exercises every day, but the exercises won't be really tough. Just some regular exercises like yoga, cardio, jumping exercises, and etc. They do this because elderly people will not become lazy. If they become lazy, they cannot live for 100 years. And that's one of their motive, that stay active, don't retire. After finishing their exercise, they have some green tea. By having some green tea, it will reduce their fat and increase their metabolism. Also, they have it as a snack or any time they want. That's one of the most common saying, that hara hachibu, which means fill your belly up to 80%. So Okinawans stop eating when they feel like 80% of their capacity is already filled. Even the ancient wisdom supports for the rule hara hachibu. Recent studies by nutritionists have shown that Okinawans consume 1800 to 1900 calories, where USA consumes 2200 to 3300 calories. When we compare with the body mass index, Okinawans have 18 to 22, which is totally normal, where USA have 26 or 27, which can be said as obesity or overweight. food is rich in tofu. They have fish, sweet potatoes 3 times per week. They just consume 11 ounces of vegetable per day. Now, there are some 10 rules which we have to follow to have a long, happy, and healthy life. First things first, stay active, don't retire, which I have told you earlier. It means that we have to do things which are of value, we have to make progress and help out. The next one is take it slow. So, being in a hurry is inversely proportional to life. We have to walk slow and go further. It means that we have to live longer. Next, don't fill your stomach, which is the Harahachi Bu rule, 80% rule. We have to fill our stomach up to 80%. The next one is my favorite one, which is surround yourself with good friends. So having good friends in our life is one of the best medicine in our life because they'll help us in any way possible and also in emergency cases. Then get in shape for your next birthday, which is the another thing which I like because getting in shape means being fit. Being fit and waiting for our future. That for your next birthday refers to that. So we have to be fit and wait for our future. The next one is smile. So we have to be happy every time and smile because being happy will make us to do the works properly. Then we have to reconnect to the nature. It means that we have to go out, have some fresh air and recharge our bodies. This one is one of the most important thing and humanity related thing, which is be thankful. So we have to be thankful to the persons who are helping us and who are making us happy because that will make us happy in the future. Then live in the moment. This is one thing which we have to concentrate because nowadays people keep thinking about these things. We have to stop regretting the past and fearing for the future. Finally, we have to follow our ikigai to have a long, happy and healthy life. Thank you.
I am Suchika of grade 11B here to review the book Be Your Own Sunshine by James Allen. Before moving on with the book, let me tell you about the author first. James Allen was born in England on 28 November 1864 and he died in 1912. James Allen was known as the philosophical writer for his inspirational books and poetries, and he is also referred as the pathfinder of self-help movement. When James Allen was 15, his father, a businessman, was robbed and murdered. Due to his father's sudden death, he was forced to leave the school and join to a work. He joined as a secretary in a private manufacturing firm. Later, Allen was inspired by Russian writer Leo and changed his occupation as a reporter and magazine writer and also an author. He wrote his first book after changing his occupation as author from poverty to power, and he wrote several magazines, The Herald of the Gold, The Light for No Reason, etc. And his notable work, As a Man Thinketh, was sold all over the world and published in the year 1903. So now let's move on with the book. This book contains 4 works of James Allen and brought into a separate book. This contains 160 pages and it is published by Shrishti Publishers in the year 2020. So first part is As a Man Thinketh. This is how to handle our thoughts, how our thoughts are, how it arises. So it is all about, he gives a beautiful example. Our thoughts are human mind and is like a garden. So how we are taking care of your garden and sowing the seeds, that is how your thoughts are. Here seeds mean thoughts. So here he is telling to take care of your thoughts and he is telling to spend some time in your thoughts. Here he is also mentioning that your outer circumstance and thoughts will affect your inner circumstance and thoughts. When you are having a clean habit, you can have when you are having a clean thought, you can have a clean habit. So when he explains this about the circumstance and thoughts, he gives 3 examples, the poor, the rich and the employer. He gives different situations and circumstances and just tell us to observe how thoughts arise in these 3 peoples. So here he explains that the people who different job or wherever they are, they have different thoughts. Each people have different thoughts. So he convinces us by telling that when you are having a good thought, you can have a good result, and when your thoughts are negative, you will have a bad result. And it is not necessary that our thoughts are always like good. Sometimes it will be negative, right? So like that he explains that even we have to take our thoughts positive, and he also gives some principles like we should be patient and kind. We should neglect like ego and selfishness. We should not have that. So it will impact our health. So So the second chapter, Passion to Peace, this part have 7 chapters, and it is like a process. When you are going through this part, it will be like a process. First, it is like an aspiration. Then you will get a temptation. Then you will channelize your mind. Next, you will find the peace. So passion to peace is like in your passion how you can attain your peace. So here he explains how to attain peace in your passion. So he also highlighted a quote, where passion is there is no peace, and where peace is there is no passion. So here you can come to know that how like when you don't like your passion, you will never find a peace in the passion, right? So here he tells us to have a good thought and to spend some time in your passion, to work on with your passion. He also tells us to have when you have time to be with your passion, you work on with it, you will have some time to have peace in your passion. So good actions and good thoughts will make a good result, and bad action and bad thought can never produce a good result. And here, when I was going through with this chapter, this chapter was all about like having a clear and right mind, so that you can attain peace in your passion. The third part is all about man, king of circumstance, mind, and body. Here you can just, it is a process like how, like it is like your life is full of problems, right? It is like in math subject, we get problems. It is like addition and subtraction. Every time you will get some problem. Sometimes you will solve it, but sometimes you can't, right? Here he is telling how when your problem arise, when you have a negative thought, or when you have, he also tells that doubt and fear are the enemies of your knowledge. So here he's coming to tell that don't have a negative thought. And next, it is the final part, the foundation stone of happiness and success. Here he tells few principles so that we can bring the happiness and success in our life. Thank you.
So, hi everyone, this is Siddharth from grade 11, here to review the rudest book ever. So, before I get into the book to give some inputs about the book, I would like to let you all know why I chose this book. Actually, looking into the title, the rudest book ever, you see most of the books, the title gives some basic outline, some basic picture about what the book is based on. So, most people would like to buy it knowing what's the result what they will get after reading the book. But this book, it did not leave any clue on what this is all about. And with that interest, I started reading this book and discovered about the author, who is Swetab Gangwar. And this man, he is a novelist, a public speaker, and a professional problem solver. So he receives complaints from people through social medias and tries to give solution in his own perspectives. And in the process, he found that most people are not in need of solutions. Actually, they are in need of some guidelines to understand the problem, to have a different perspective on the problem, so that they will have the actual understanding on what the problem is and find their own solutions. And beginning with the book, with the most interesting chapter about the rejections. My dear friends, rejections are normal. Everyone will face rejections. The rejections which you face today might have faced by someone long ago. So you are not here to worry for the rejections. It's not your business to worry for the rejection. You don't know what is running in their mind. You don't know why you are rejected. So your only work is to carry on your process, to work towards success. And whenever you get rejected, you come into 3 possible conclusions. Number 1, you blame yourself, you doubt yourself, and you believe that you are a loser. You're not worthy of doing anything. You just stop your work. And number 2, you blame the world. You blame the world that even I have exhibited my best possible talent, but still the world is not ready to recognize it. And the third possible conclusion is that you take the rejections as your motivation and say, I'm going to show others. I'm actually working again and again towards success. You're going to show others who you are. Most of us feel like the third conclusion is best. But actually, the author takes a different perspective. Taking rejections as a motivation is not actually a good idea, because when you take rejections as your motivation, what you do is just blindly start chasing success. You don't know what to do. You just start chasing success without knowing what is the process of getting to the success, and you won't enjoy the process of getting towards success. And coming about the happiness. So most of us want to be happy. If I ask you a question, you want to be happy or satisfied? Most of us would choose, I want to be happy. Because when we are happy, we feel good, we feel better. But only when you are satisfied, you'll attain the peace. And a life lived right will lead to happiness. A life lived right with satisfaction will give perfect happiness. So, for being happy, I have seen mostly during the teenage, most people will be in groups. They usually be in groups because for two reasons they want to be in groups. Number one is like they don't want to be alone. They are always afraid to be alone. And number two, they are worried about the society. What will they say if I'm staying alone with when rest of them are in groups? And everything lies in your own acceptance. When you accept yourself to be alone, you make progress. You make productive activities which will take you to success. And to speak about winning, so everyone one day want to win, and the winning is not actually so easy. It involves a lot of processes. Most times you get rejected. Most times people don't even consider you as a person in the society. So there are two possible winnings. Number one is a traditional winning, and number two is like the actual winning. The traditional winning is like whenever you participate in a competition, somebody wins and somebody loses. Most often the society, they will praise the winners and the loser is not taken care. They are not even considered a person in the society. They are not given any attention. But when it comes to the real winning, the process of real winning, all of us will have a role model who failed several times. They'll fail a lot of times, but still we are ready to accept their failures as a leap to their success. But when the same thing happens to us, why aren't we not ready to accept us? So always be ready to accept your own failures to work towards success. And to speak about the first chapter, it is you are a product. I personally love this chapter because he gives it in a way that most of us would admire. He says like, everyone here, you, me, everyone here are product. We are like any other product who is manufactured in a manufacturing industry, and we are here to perform certain actions. And the machines, that is our parents, decide it. Most of the cases. Agree? And it is like they ask us to become an engineer, become a doctor, become an IAS officer, but we don't actually work towards this because this is what the basic understanding we have about the society. But actually, most of the products are different. They differ through the way they start thinking. So start thinking different from others to look unique. Thank you.
I am Logita from grade 11A, here to review the book Connect the Dots by Rashmi Bansal. Rashmi Bansal is an entrepreneur, a youth expert, and a writer. She is the author of the bestseller Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish, which has been sold over 150,000 copies in English and has been translated into 8 Indian languages. This book consists 305 pages and has been divided into 3 parts. When you take a look at the cover page of the book, the title would be printed inverted. This is because the author tells that we cannot connect the dots forward. We can connect the dots only backward. Here, dots means paths. As much as we plan what to happen in the future, some things that happens in future are unpredictable. This book consists stories of 20 entrepreneurs who without MBA dared to find their own path. Now let me share some of the stories of the entrepreneurs. The Street Smart. This is a story about Prem Ganapati, who is the founder of Dosa Plaza. He went on to Mumbai to search a better future. There, he worked as a dishwasher. From a humble dishwasher, he has risen to the owner of fast food chain Dosa Plaza, which has 26 outlets across country and has franchise with other countries. The Inventor. This is the story about Kunwar Sachdev, who was a statistic graduate. He went into the field of electronics and now he owns Sukham, a 500 crore company in the field of power electronics. The takeaway from this story is start inventing new things every day. What women want. This is the story about Sunita Ramnathkar, who was a feisty housewife. She completed her BSc chemistry and she launched Fem products for fairness and beauty of women. And this company has risen to multinationals and recently has been sold to Dabur. To serve with love. This is the story about Ganesh Ram, who was an NSS volunteer, and during that time he discovered that he had some interest in teaching. So he started coaching center. And now this coaching center has become Veta, India's largest trainer in the field of spoken English. Craze on shine. This is the story about Ranjiv. He was a microbiologist. He didn't find any interest in microbiology,
So he went on with advertising. He didn't find any interest in advertising also. So he went on to print purely Indian t-shirts, which he named it as Tantra. Food for thought. This is the story about N. Mahadevan, who was a professor. He left his prestigious job of professor and went on to start Chinese restaurants, and now he owns Chinese restaurants in many continents. Call of Wild. This is a story about Kalyan Varma, who had a dream job with Yahoo, but he left his dream job and pursued his passion as wildlife photographer. The takeaway from this story is, do the things which you love, even when if you are not paid for it. Paper Tiger. This is the story about Mahima Mehra. She wanted to work in recycling, but she wanted to be independent in her life. So she started manufacturing papers. This book, I would suggest this book to all those who wanted to become entrepreneurs in their future. This book clearly states the difficulties and situations faced by entrepreneurs to become successful entrepreneur. I would like to quote some of the interesting quotes I have found in this book. You don't need a fancy degree or a rich daddy to aim big and make it happen. It is in your hand, your heart and your head. Creative people need a platform to express themselves. And when the talent is unique, the platform must be created. And in doing so, the artist also becomes an entrepreneur. After every story, this book consists advice for the young entrepreneurs, which are given by successful entrepreneurs, which would be helpful for young entrepreneurs to become successful in their life. I would like to tell another story from this book. King of Pop. This is the story about Satyajit Singh. He went on in commercializing Makana to... Thank you.
I am Jenny Shifra, here to review the book Silent Patient, written by Alex Michaelides. Alex was born to a Greek father and an English mother. He learned English at Cambridge University and screenwriting in the American Film Institute. The Silent Patient is his debut novel, which was published on 5th February 2019. It has already been sold across 39 territories worldwide. This story is about a psychotherapist who revisits the scenes of crime he created and reenacts the events to make his victim realize what has really happened. The story revolves around two families, Gabriel and Alicia Berenson, Theo and Kathy Faber. Gabriel is a professional photographer, Alicia an artist, Theo a psychotherapist, and Kathy is a drama actress. When we look into the life of Theo, we will understand how all four of them are connected to each other. Now, Theo had a very miserable childhood, a cliche of protagonist. He grew up feeling edgy, afraid and anxious because he grew in a very violent environment where he had an abusing father who only spoke demotivating words to him. Even a tiny mistake or a dissenting voice would trigger his father's anger and set off a series of explosions to which he would get beaten to pulps. Now, when Theo got good grades at school and when he left home for joining in a university, he wasn't able to socialize or make any friends. So he became depressed and he attempted suicide, but he didn't die. Then he realized that he wasn't ready to die and that he needed help. He did get that help from Ruth, his therapist. She carried all his pain and made him feel free. Theo had a great life with his wife Kathy. To him, she shined brighter than the sun in his life. She was very cheerful and jovial, and she never failed to put a smile on his face. Now, coming to the next protagonist of the story, Alicia. Alicia, like Theo, had a very terrible childhood too. Her childhood was so tragic that she lost her mother in a car accident, which was actually aimed at her. Her father hated her so much, and then he hanged himself a few years later after her mother died. Then she grew up with an aunt who didn't like her either. Now, the story is that Theo finds out that his
wife Katie was having an extramarital affair with some other man. By some individual research, he finds out that the man is Gabriel Berenson, who was the husband of Alicia Berenson. He then visits Gabriel's house and speaks to Alicia. He tries to provoke her and lets her know that Gabriel was faking their marriage. Gabriel's betrayal reminds Alicia of her father and her childhood trauma. Alicia's reaction was very terrible that she shot her husband to death. Then she remained silent for several years. At the trial, Alicia was claimed to be mad and that she was admitted in a psychiatric unit, the Grove. After 6 years, Theo, being overcome by guilt and the responsibility for a man's death, he wanted to fix his mistakes. He joined at the Grove and treated Alicia in individual therapy. There, Alicia refused to speak for several years, but then slowly she started to speak. Once she gave her diary to Theo, from which Theo understood how Alicia really felt and the possible reasons for Gabriel's death. Then one day, Alicia spoke up. She told Theo about whatever happened on the day of Gabriel's death, but soon she realized that Theo was the man who scared her to death and that he was the man who visited her house and on the day when Gabriel died. Now, on her next therapy session, Alicia lies about Gabriel's death to Theo. Now, Theo instantly realizes that Alicia has recognized him and then he leaves the room and brings an injection filled with morphine and injects it to Alicia. Before the drug could completely affect her, Alicia wrote down all the truth about Gabriel's death in her diary. Few days later, the police inspector summoned Theo and told him that the diary was discovered and that the truth is all written in it. Theo was startled at this, but then soon he felt a sense of relief upon him, and then he accepted his faith. This story is like a huge maze where you'll feel like you'll never find the end and the truth, but actually the truth is right next to you. It is imperfectly perfect in a messed up order. It lets us know about how therapy works and that selfishness is not just troublesome for ourselves, it also ruins the life of other people through us. There are several other things that I haven't told in this story. And this is a very interesting book, so I suggest every one of you to give it a try. Thank you.
This is Shaindvi here from grade 11B here to review the book The Power of a Positive Attitude. Have you ever wondered how your attitude can influence the success and failure of your life? I'm not saying a positive attitude can make you successful. I am saying a positive attitude will make you successful. With this quote, let me begin my review on this book. So before starting the review of this book, let me give a small introduction about the author, Roger Fritz. So Roger Fritz was born in July 18, 1928. So he was a profound author of over 63 books on management and personal motivation and self-help. He has produced over 28 audio albums and his books are published and it is published and distributed over 38 countries and languages. Now let us get some details about this book. So this book contains of 112 pages and divided into 10 chapters each. So each chapter in this book tells about the key element of positive attitude and positive thinking and how positive attitude is affected by the negative attitude and how to overcome those negative attitudes. And let us see from the first. So before starting this book, the author comes with the introduction with the story of Armstrong Electronics and Co. company, which is owned by Al Armstrong. So Armstrong he hired two supervisors, that is Steve to supervise the days and Gary to supervise the night. So for 1 year, there was high level of turnover and the company can meet its standards. But after 1 year, there was high level of absenteeism in the Steve shift and there was less level of absenteeism in the Gary shift. So this man was confused about the situation. So he just consulted with an internationally acclaimed consultant, Roger Fritz, who's none other than this author. So he just replied within one word, that is attitude. Gary's positive attitude towards his employees motivated them and made them to face any obstacles in the enterprise. and also Steve came up with some arbitrary solutions which often didn't work. So this was the difference between Gary and Steve. So here we can understand that how your attitude is influenced by the success and failure of an enterprise, and not even an enterprise, even in your life too. So the first chapter, that is interpreting your world, starts with the explanation about the positive attitude. So bringing a positive attitude begins with having confidence in yourself. Self-confidence reinforces your ability, it increases your energy, and it also uncovers your hidden abilities. That is, when you have negative attitude in yourself, your hidden abilities are not revealed. And when you have your positive attitude, then your hidden abilities is revealed, and you can also your hidden potential is also revealed. So the author says that how to overcome the negativity and what are the reasons for the negativity. That is, to overcome the negativity is caused due to carelessness, recklessness, ignorance, laziness, overconfidence, etc. So these are some various reasons in which causes negative attitude in yourself. So the author says that make up your mind to be positive and try to avoid all the risk in your life, because risks are the part of your life. If you want to face all the risk in your life, then you have to have some positive attitude in yourself. If you have that courage to have the positive attitude in yourself, then you can face any problems in life without any hesitations. The author also says, pull yourself up, with a beautiful story about a 17-year-old boy named Matthew studying in the Santa Barbara, California, who got two choices in his life to play baseball match. One from the Brooklyn Dodgers, where he could get $60,000, and another from the Boston Braves, where he could get $4,000 contract. So if you have choose the $60,000 contract, then he could get more money. At the same time, if you would have choose the $4,000 contract, he could get less money. But he chose the $4,000 contract because he could get a great deal to learn and gain good experience. So he want to start from a minor level, and he have to get more experience. So that is the reason why he chose the $4,000 contract. The author also mentions to rework your mistakes, because mistakes are part of your life. Reworking mistakes is very important, in which it creates a good impact in yourself, and it also increases your positivity. And the author also says self-confidence is the very most important factor which you must have in yourself, in which you can face any situation. He says, believe in yourself. Believing in yourself is the main factor in which you have to follow. Confidence is very important, because the author says this with a very beautiful example about Jimmy Huga, who was a top-level skier in this world. So he was suffering from sclerosis, that is nerve damage, in which all the doctors advised him to sit in the wheelchair. But he refused to do that. He don't want him to sit helplessly in that wheelchair. So he just went for 20 minutes in cycling, swimming, practice, etc. So when he had this courage to face all those things, according to Huga, he said that when you want to swim, you don't need to jump directly into the lake. You first have to keep your legs wet in the water, and then go deeper into the water, and then learn swimming. So this self-confidence which Huga had made him to establish his Huga campaign, and he also he launched many campaign, and he helped many people, and which also made him to clear his disease too. So this book interprets this book overall, it interprets that the true nature about the positive attitude, and how we can create positive attitude in ourselves, and how to overcome those negative attitude. So to overcome the negative attitude, you have to focus more on negative attitude to reduce it. So when you reduce the negative attitude, then there will be a positive vibe in yourself. So I recommend this book for the people who are aspiring for a better career in the upcoming days to be successful. Thank you.
வணக்கம், நான் மணிமேகலை, தமிழாசிரியர். நான் இப்பொழுது எடுத்துக்கொண்டுள்ள புத்தகம் அர்த்தமுள்ள இந்து மதம், கவிஞர் கண்ணதாசன் அவர்கள் எழுதிய அர்த்தமுள்ள இந்து மதம். காலம் தமிழ் மண்ணில் எத்தனையோ அறிஞர்களையும் கவிஞர்களையும் கடந்த சென்ற நூற்றாண்டுகளில் தந்து சென்றிருக்கிறது. அப்படிப்பட்ட அறிஞர்களின் கருத்துக்களும் எழுத்துக்களும் கற்றறிந்தவர்களின் அவைகளை மட்டுமே அலங்கரிக்கக்கூடியதாக இருந்திருக்கிறது. முதலில் கற்றறிந்த அறிஞர்கள் முதல் பாமர மக்கள் வரை அனைவரின் உள்ளங்களையும் கொள்ளை கொண்ட ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் கவிஞர் என்றால் அது நமது கவிஞர் கண்ணதாசன் அவர்கள் என்று கூறலாம். கவிஞர் கண்ணதாசன் அவர்கள் தனது கவிதைகளாலும் கருத்துக்களாலும் இன்று இருக்க நமது வாழ்வின் ஒவ்வொரு நிலைகளையும் பிரதிபலித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். 1927 ஆண்டு ஜூன் மாதம் சிறுகூடல்பட்டி என்ற சிறு கிராமத்தில் ஒரு நடுத்தர குடும்பத்தில் பிறந்து நடுத்தர குடும்பத்தில் 8வது குழந்தையாக பிறந்து 8ஆம் வகுப்பு வரை மட்டுமே படித்து வாழ்வில் எட்ட முடியாத உயரத்துக்கு சொந்தக்காரரானவர். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் சிறந்த எழுத்தாளர், சிறந்த கவிஞர், பத்திரிகையாளர் போன்ற பன்முக திறமை கொண்டவராக விளங்கியவர். கலைஞர் அவர்கள் ஒரு சிறந்த கலைஞரான கவிஞர் கண்ணதாசன் அவர்கள் எழுதிய இந்த நூலின் அர்த்தமுள்ள இந்து மதம் மூலம் நாம் அறிந்து கொள்வது நம் வாழ்வில் நம் இந்து மதத்தின் உள்ள அர்த்தமுள்ள பல சம்பிரதாயங்களையும் பல முக்கியமான சம்பிரதாயங்களையும் பழக்க வழக்கங்களையும் பாமர மக்களும் புரிந்து கொள்ளும் வகையில் அவர் மிக எளிமையாக தன்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையின் சம்பவங்களின் மூலமும் தனது வாழ்க்கையில் தான் கண்ட அனுபவங்களின் மூலமாகவும் மிக எளிமையாக எடுத்துரைப்பதே இந்த புத்தகத்தின் ஒரு சிறப்பம்சமாக நான் பார்க்கிறேன். இந்த புத்தகம் 10 பகுதிகளாக இருந்தாலும் இந்த 10 பகுதிகளிலும் அடங்கியிருப்பது வேறொன்றுமல்ல, நமது மகான்களும் ஞானிகளும் எடுத்து சொன்ன வேதங்களிலிருந்தும் புராணங்களிலும் இருந்தும் எடுத்து சொன்ன கருத்துக்கள் நாம் ஒவ்வொருவரின் வாழ்க்கையிலும் நாம் எந்தெந்த இடத்தில் எப்படி அதை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும், இந்த நமக்கு நாம் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த லௌகிக வாழ்க்கையை எவ்வாறு சிறப்பாக வாழ வேண்டும், அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய துன்பங்களையும் சிரமங்களிலிருந்தும் சிக்கல்களிலிருந்தும் எவ்வாறு நம்மை விடுவித்துக் கொண்டு சிறப்பாக வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதை தனது கருத்துக்களின் மூலமாக மிக எளிமையாக எடுத்து உரைத்திருக்கிறார். இந்த 10 பாகங்களும் அவரது வாழ்க்கை சம்பவங்களும் அவர் வாழ்நாளில் அனுபவித்த சில துன்பங்களுமே இதற்கான எளிய விடையாக, நமது வாழ்க்கை சிக்கல்களுக்கு எளிய விடையாக அவர் தந்திருக்கின்றார். இவற்றை ஒரு புராணம் போல் படிக்க வேண்டியதில்லை. நம் வாழ்க்கை பிரதிபலிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு கதை போல மிக எளிமையாக எடுத்து கூறியிருக்கின்றார். அனைவரும் படித்து பயன்பெறக்கூடிய வகையில் இந்த புத்தகம் இருப்பது ஒரு மிக சிறப்பானது. ஒரு நடுத்தர வயதினர் மட்டுமல்லாமல் இளைஞர்களிலிருந்து படிக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு முக்கிய கருத்துள்ள புத்தகம். இளைஞர்கள் தன் வாழ்வில் ஆரம்ப காலகட்டத்திலிருந்தே அந்த புத்தகங்களை வாசித்து வந்தால் பெரும்பான்மையான அறியாமையிலிருந்தும் தவறுகளிலிருந்தும் தங்களை திருத்திக் கொண்டு ஒரு சிறந்த வாழ்க்கையை பெறுவார்கள் என்பது எனது பார்வையில் நான் இங்கு பதிவு செய்கின்றேன். ஆகவே இந்த புத்தகங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு வீட்டிலும் இருக்க வேண்டியது. எப்படி நாம் திருக்குறளை ஒவ்வொரு வீட்டிலும் ஒரு உயர்ந்த புத்தகமாக, வாசிக்கக்கூடிய புத்தகமாக நாம் திருக்குறளை கருதுகிறோமோ, அதற்கு இணையான ஒரு புத்தகம் என்றால் அது கண்ணதாசன் அவர்களின் அர்த்தமுள்ள இந்து மதம். இது பல்வேறு பிரச்சனைகளிலிருந்து நம்மை பாதுகாக்கிறது, வழிநடத்துகிறது என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. இப்படிப்பட்ட இந்த புத்தகத்தில் இன்னும் ஏராளமான புராணங்களிலிருந்தும் இதிகாசங்களிலிருந்தும் உபநிதங்களிலிருந்தும் கடுமையான கருத்துக்களை மிக மிக எளிமையாக இப்படி கூட சொல்ல முடியுமா என்று நான் ஆச்சரியப்படத்தக்க வகையில் பெரும்பான்மையான இடங்களில் அழகான உதாரணங்கள் மூலம் மிக எளிமையாக கூறிய அந்த கதைகள் என் மனதை மிகவும் கவர்ந்தது. எனவே இளைஞர்களே நீங்கள் எளிமையாக படித்து புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். தவறுகளை திரித்து கொண்டு வாழ்வதற்கு ஒரு நல்ல வழியாக இந்த நூல் உங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டும் என்பதை நான் இங்கு பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். மேலும் இந்த நூலில் நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய விஷயங்கள், ஆரம்ப காலகட்டத்தில் ஒரு உறவுகளை பற்றி கவிஞர் சொல்வது என்னவென்றால், ஒரு குடும்பம் என்பது எப்படிப்பட்ட உறவுகள் அந்த குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கிறது, அந்த உறவுகள் தான் குடும்பத்திற்கு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு பாலமாக, ஒரு தூணாக இருக்கிறது. அந்த உறவுகளை எவ்வாறு மதிக்க வேண்டும், அந்த உறவுகளுக்கு எப்படி முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்பது ஒரு குடும்பத்தின் மிகப்பெரிய பலம். அந்த உறவுகளை நாம் நாம் சரியாக புரிந்து கொள்ளாமல் இருப்பதே இன்றைய பெரும்பாலான குடும்ப சிக்கல்களுக்கு காரணமாக இருக்கிறது. இவற்றையெல்லாம் தவிர்க்கவும், இன்னும் எத்தனையோ நம்ம வாழ்வில் வரும் பிரச்சனைகளை தவிர்க்கவும் இந்த அர்த்தமுள்ள இந்து மதம் அனைவரும் படித்து பயன்பெற தக்க நூல் என்பதை கூறிக்கொண்டு வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Hi, I am Vivek Kumar, working as Senior Coordinator and Physics Teacher for the Senior Secondary. I am here today to present my views on psychology of money, beautifully crafted by Morgan Housel. Morgan Housel is actually working as a partner in Collaborative Fund, and he is a former columnist in the Wall Street Journal. He has been awarded 2 times for the Best in Business Award, and also he was finalist for the Gerard Loeb Award for his distinguished performance in the business and financial journalism. Now, if you ask me why did you choose this book, everyone here, all of you are suffered corona past 2 years, and all that, it's like everyone are under tremendous physical, financial and emotional stress, and I am no stranger to it. Around 6 odd months ago, when I read something in social media, it hit me very hard. It was something like this: you are just one accident away from poverty. Indeed, most of us are. All we have is one source of income, and if that goes out of existence, we are done to dust. So to search more about investing, finance, money, trading, and how to deal with money and make wealth out of it, I stumbled upon to this book. And this book made me to fall in love with what exactly and how exactly we deal with money. So, going into the book, the author starts the book by taking 2 different personalities, Ronald Read and Richard Foscone. Ronald Read was Ronald Read was actually an American philanthropist, investor, janitor, and a gas station attendant. He made into international headlines when he died in 2014, aged 92. He was one among those 4,000 Americans who actually had $8 million worth, and he donated around $6 million to the local library and hospital. Whoever know Ronald, everyone were baffled how a janitor can have certain amount of money. There was no kind of gambling, there was no kind of secret, all was plain to simple investing. Everything whatever he saved, he invested into blue chip stocks, and he allowed it to compound for decades, which made the difference, and he ended up as a millionaire. At the same time, Richard Foscone was also in the news, but he was absolutely different from Ronald Read. Ronald Read was a janitor, and Foscone was an MBA graduate from Harvard. He had the best careers possible. He was listed under 40 best business people, but everything fell apart when he bought a mansion and expanded it before financial crisis. In the financial crisis, he has to pay heavy debts, and he was done to dust. He was bankrupt and was on streets by 2014. So what's the takeaway? Ronald Read was patient and Richard Foscone was greedy. That's all it took to eclipse the massive education gap and the exposure. This is so fascinating that we hear these kind of stories only in finance, but not in any other industries. We don't hear any janitor outperforming a fighter plane pilot or doing an open heart surgery or anything else. The author points out why this is so common in finance. He lists on 2 different two explanations for it. The one is financial outcomes are driven by luck, independent of hard work and intelligence. And the another one, the is in, and the another one is actually that how we behave with money is more important than what we actually know about it. So in his book, he has done a lot of research and he wrote around 20 different chapters to outline about how we should deal with money and has explained beautifully with several short stories. So I would like all of the teenagers here and the adults who are present to read this book and also have a copy with them. It's a very beautifully written book to handle money and wealth. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Ponmalar Bhaskara Pandian. I'm a school counselor and I'm going to review a Tamil novel called Oru Manithan, Oru Veedu, Oru Ulagam. பாலகுமாரனுடைய தீவிர ரசிகையா இருந்து அவருடைய புத்தகங்களை மட்டுமே தேடி தேடி படிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்த எனக்கு ஜெயகாந்தன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு அரிய எழுத்தாளரை அறிமுகப்படுத்தினது இந்த நாவல் தான். இதை பத்தி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு தேடினாலோ இல்ல இதை வாங்கணும்னு முயற்சி பண்ணாலோ இந்த நாவலுடைய கதையை பிரதிபலிக்கிற மாதிரி நீங்க எதிர்கொள்ள போற வரிகள் இதுவாதான் இருக்கும். தன்னுடைய நாவல்கள்ல தனக்கு மிகவும் பிடித்தமானது அப்படின்னு ஜெயகாந்தனாலும் அவருடைய படைப்புகளே ஆக சிறப்பானது அப்படின்னு இலக்கிய விமர்சகர்களாலும் விமர்சிக்கப்படுவது குறிப்பிடப்படுவது இந்த நாவல் தான். எந்த ஊர், பெற்றோர் யார், என்ன ஜாதி, என்ன இனம்னு எதுவுமே தெரியாத, அது பற்றி கவலையும் கொள்ளாத ஒரு உலக பொது மனிதனை கதாபாத்திரமாக்கி அவன் எதிர்கொள்ற அனுபவங்கள் மூலமா வாழ்க்கையோட போக்கு குறித்த புரிதலை உணர்த்த முனைகிற நாவல் இது. எழுதப்பட்டு ஏறத்தாழ 35 வருஷங்களை கடந்ததுக்கு பின்னாடியும் தற்பொழுதைய சூழலுக்கும் பொருந்துவதான ஒரு வாசிப்பு அனுபவத்தை தரது மூலமா இது ஒரு கலை படைப்பா நிமிர்ந்து நிக்குது அப்படிங்கிற இந்த வரிகள் தான். சோ 432 பக்கங்கள் இருக்கிற இந்த நாவலுடைய கதையை நேசிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி யாரா இருந்தாலும் இதோடைய தலைப்பை நேசிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. ஒரு மனிதன், ஒரு வீடு, ஒரு உலகம். 1973ல முதல் பதிப்பா வெளியில வந்த இந்த நாவல் 2021ல 22வது பதிப்பா வெளியில வந்திருக்கு. ஜே.கே. அப்படின்னு தன்னுடைய நண்பர்களால் அழைக்கப்படுற தண்டபாணி ஜெயகாந்தன் அவர்கள் தான் இந்த நூலுடைய நாவலாசிரியர். ஒரு ரைட்டர், கமெண்டேட்டர், பாம்ப்ளெட்டியர், பிலிம் மேக்கர், கிரிட்டிக் அப்படின்னு இவருக்கு பல பரிமாணங்கள் இருக்கு. இவர் எவ்வளவு பெரிய சிந்தனையாளர் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா, வாசகர்களுடைய, விமர்சகர்களுடைய, பத்திரிகைக்காரர்களுடைய ஆலோசனைகள் எதுவும் என்னோட எழுத்துக்களை அது எழுதப்படும் போது பாதிக்காத வண்ணம் மனக்கவசங்களை நான் அணிஞ்சுக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு சிந்தனையாளர் இவர். இந்த கதையை இப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றாரு. அந்த லாரியில் மொத்தம் 7 பேர் இருந்தார்கள். டிரைவர் துரைக்கண்ணு, கிராமத்து படிப்பாளியும் இந்த கிராமத்து மக்களோட மனத்தால எட்டாம இருக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறவனுமான தேவராஜன், கிளீனர் பையன் பாண்டு, அப்புறம் சில பயணிகள் அப்படின்னு அந்த லாரியில மொத்தம் 7 பேர் இருந்தாங்க. பல மலை பாதைகளை கடந்து கிருஷ்ணராஜபுரம் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு அழகிய கிராமத்தை நோக்கி அந்த லாரி போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு. மலைப்பாதை பார்த்து செல்லவும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு அறிவிப்பு பலகைக்கு பக்கத்துல ஒரு மனிதன் நடந்து போய்கிட்டு இருக்கான். இந்த லாரிய நிறுத்துறதுக்காக குரல் கொடுக்கவோ கையசைக்கவோ அவன் எதுவுமே பண்ணவே இல்லை, எந்த முயற்சியுமே எடுக்கவே இல்லை. மலைப்பாதைய ரசிச்சுக்கிட்டே நடந்து போற உற்சாகத்துல ஒரு பறவையை ரசிக்கிற மாதிரி இறைச்சலிட்டுக்கிட்டு வர இந்த லாரியை கூட திரும்பி நின்னு பார்த்து ரசிக்கிறான். இந்த லாரி தனக்காக நிக்கணும்னோ அவன் எதிர்பார்க்கல. பழுப்பும் நீளமும் கலந்த கண்களோட இந்த பிரதேசத்துக்கே புதிதா இருக்கிற இந்த மனுஷன் அந்த லாரி தனக்காக நின்னதை பார்த்துட்டு நன்றியோட சிரிக்கிறான். அவனை முன்னாடி ஏத்திக்கிறாங்க. கிருஷ்ணராஜபுரத்துக்கு போகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்ற இந்த புது மனுஷன் கிட்ட தேவராஜன் கேக்குறான், கிருஷ்ணராஜபுரத்துக்கு யார பார்க்க போறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்கும்போது அவன் சொல்றான், நான் யாரையும் பார்க்க போகலையே அப்படின்னு. என்ன பதில் இது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கொஞ்சம் எரிச்சல் அடைஞ்சாலும் தேவராஜன் தொடர்ந்து சொல்றான், நானும் அந்த ஊர் தான், என்ன விஷயம்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா என்னாலான உதவி என்னால செய்ய முடியும். என் பேரு தேவராஜன் அப்படின்னு சொல்ல ஹென்றி அப்படின்னு தன்னை அறிமுகப்படுத்திக்கிறான் அந்த புது மனுஷன். அவங்க 2 பேரும் கை குலுக்கிக்கிறாங்க. ஹென்ரிங்கிற அந்த புது மனுஷன் தனக்கு தானே பேசிக்கிற மாதிரி தேவராஜன் கிட்ட சொல்றான், ஐ எம் a stranger. இந்த ஊர்ல ரோட்ல நடக்கும்போது உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நான் ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரேஞ்சர். தனிமையில இருக்கும்போது ஐ எம் a stranger to myself. என்னோட பேர் ஹென்றி. இனிமேல் இந்த ஊர்ல தான் இருக்க போறேன். வில்லேஜ் முன்ஷிப்பை பார்க்கறதுக்கு எனக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்றீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்கிறான் அந்த புது மனுஷன். ஹென்ரிக்கும் தேவராஜனுக்கும் அங்க ஒரு நட்பு மலருது. மணியக்காரர், அதாவது அந்த வில்லேஜ் முன்ஷிப் வீட்டுல இல்லாததுனால ஹென்ரிய தன்னோட வீட்டுக்கே கூட்டிட்டு போறான் தேவராஜன். தேவராஜனோட வீட்டுக்கு எதிர்ப்புறத்துல தூசும் மண்ணும் உடைஞ்சு போன ஓடுகளும் ஒரு நாயுமா ஒரு வீடு பூட்டப்பட்டு இருக்கு. 32 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி பூட்டப்பட்டு திறக்கவே படாத அந்த வீட்டோட கதைகள், நடந்த சம்பவங்கள் மனசுலையும் சொல்லப்பட்ட குரல் காதலையும் கற்பனையாய் ஒலிக்க ஹென்ரியோட கண்கள் மின்னுது. அவன் அந்த வீட்டையே ஒரு பரவசத்தோட பார்த்துக்கிட்டு நிக்கிறான். 16 வயதிலேயே விதவையாகி போயிட்டு தன்னை வளர்த்து ஆளாக்கின தனக்கு அக்காவும் அம்மாவுமான அக்கம்மாவை ஹென்ரிக்கு தேவராஜன் அறிமுகப்படுத்தி வைக்கிறான். சந்திச்சு 3 மணி நேரங்கள்ல அந்த இரவோட நிலா வெளிச்சத்துல ஓகே தேங்க்யூ.
Good evening. I am Smita, Faculty of Economics, and I am here to review the book Digital Minimalism, written by Carl Newport. Are you a kind of person who owns a mobile and still wondering where your time goes? Has the urge to pick the phone that becomes a constant nervous twitch? Do you lack concentration? Do you lack concentration just because of non-stop scrolling? Are you regularly interrupted by the notification, bleeps, and alarm? If your answer is yes, then you are addicted to mobile. I am not saying this. The author of this book, Digital Minimalism, Carl Newport, says this. The author is a computer science professor and also a well-known contemporary writer. His earlier book, Deep Work, which is a very famous book in the recent times. In this book, Digital Minimalism, the author brings the focus light on the gray areas of technology and also gives important life hacks to get rid of this obsessive usage of mobile phone. The bottom line of this book is how to live a focused life in a noisy world. What is noisy world? All the social medias and apps that consumes our time and energy. The author says technology have completely invaded our life and it has massively changed the way we live. The smartphones, the device that developed to make our life better, but actually it makes our life worse. The author gives a fact that the average user of mobile phone spends 2 hours in social media and checks his mobile phone 85 times a day. This number could be more in case of nomophobic people or the people who are addicted to mobile phones. All the apps that we use in our day-to-day life aren't innocent as we think. The mobile companies want to use the apps and social medias and mobiles in such a way, especially for a longer hours, and that is how they make money. The author is very bold enough to say that the tech companies are putting a slot machine, the machine which is used in gambling, putting a slot machine in our pocket, and they are fostering the addictive behavior. Actually, there is a general wrong perception that the obsessive usage of mobile phone is our character flaw and we have to correct it. But the author say it is not so. The author says all the apps and social medias are carefully engineered in Silicon Valleys and digital laboratories using human psychology, and they are adding more features that has got addictive properties. The author gives so many instances. I'll give you one. The author uses a term called intermittent positive reinforcement. What is that is? Whenever you get an unpredictable reward for your deed, you will repeat that action again and again. For example, a child who got a reward from the teacher for his unexpected way for his deed, the child will repeat the action again and again. So this mechanism is applied on the technology. How? When you post or when you upload a post and you get more likes, comments, and share, that's all. You will tend to repeat that again and again and again. The author says that human beings are social animals. We can't live in isolation. We need somebody to care and share. This particular trait is inherited from our ancestors. This is called Paleolithic behavior. The Paleolithic man used to live in tribes, and he needs to live a safe and secure life. He needs the social approval and social acceptance from his fellow tribes. This particular trait is completely capitalized by the tech companies, and they're leveraging on this deep drive of social approval. For example, social medias are developed just to improve your social network, but people are using it like a personal diary, and they're sharing everything, the trivial matters that happen in their life. When you get Okay, thank you so much.
I am Haritra from grade 3 to review a book on the title Planet Earth by Chris Baker. Which planet is nearest to the Earth? Which planet is known as the morning star or evening star? Which is the largest planet in solar system? Which planet is closest to the sun? My God, too many questions, right? So I am here to give answer to the questions from the book what I read. This colorful non-fiction reader is filled with interesting facts about our planet Earth, and it's perfect for young readers to developing their confidence in reading. Lady Bird is one of the best-selling reading series. For over 30 years, it has helped young children who are learning to read, develop and improve their reading skills. The book is very carefully written to include many key high-frequency words that are vital for learning to read. Simple sentences and frequently repeated words help to build the confidence in reading. The book Planet Earth is a level 3 Lead It Yourself book, suitable for children who are developing reading confidence and stamina. The book gave me so many information about the formation of Earth, volcanoes, earthquakes, and whatnot. Earth is really ancient, and humans have been around only for a tiny part of that time. Now, let me tell you the formation of Earth. The gas and dust were floating, swirling, and spinning past each other, but they were all quite far apart. When our own Earth was getting hit by rocks that were falling towards it, it kept getting bigger and hotter until it was a giant ball of melted rock. When rocks are smashed together hard, there's a lot of heat energy. There were volcanoes all over the place with hot lava and gas everywhere. But slowly over many years, the top layer of Earth started to cool down. This is continuing today. But slowly over many years, the top layer of Earth is cool enough to harden. But they were all. But I really wondered about the process. My God, what would happen if it was left as it is? But the book also talks about plates, mountains, earthquakes, sandstone, and many more. What are plates? Big or small pieces on Earth's surface are plates. Earth's surface are plates. What are sandstone? Layers of sand squeezing together are sandstone. Do you know there is a colorful picture glossary and quiz, and in the last quiz, I like this book because the book teaches us how planet Earth made. Thank you.
Hi, I am Pakyaraj, an English faculty in the school. I am going to review the book titled The God of Small Things, written by Arundhati Roy. She is an Indian writer and she has written this book and published in 1997, and she has got Booker Prize Award in 1997 for this book. This book is so famous so that it is being translated into 40 languages. Arundhati Roy has mainly focused the sufferings and suppression that people face because of the society's law, the love law that has been prevailing in the society. The story starts in 1969 and it goes up to 1993, covering 3-generation families. So the story begins, the novel begins, Rahel coming back to her hometown, Aimenam, from US after getting divorced. She comes back to Aimenam in Kottayam, Kerala. She comes back to get reunioned to her paternal twins that she got separated when they were just 7 years old. So it is a very pathetic story. When I go through the books, pages upon pages, all sad stories, and only one reason for all this thing is the society, how it was built up in the past and how it is continuing to affect the upcoming generations. So it starts with that Rahel and her brother Estapa, when they were 7 years old, they were departed from their parents. That is, their mother, Ammu, gets divorced with her husband and she comes back to her mother's house. But as we all know in our culture, first of all, getting divorced is a mistake, whatever may be the reason. And coming back to mother's house, that is another mistake. And coming back to the mother's house with 2 kids, and it is unacceptable. That's how the society was and is. So it is clearly portrayed in the novel. And the pathetic conditions these 2 children undergo they were not cared. Even their mother Ammu was not cared. They just don't treat how humans have to be treated. But there is no other choice, no other go-to handle a situation. Ammu just bears all these things, and she was in a very difficult situation, leads the life. But if you see in the novel, Ammu's mother also, that is baby Kochama, that is the first generation, though she was beaten up and troubled a lot by her husband, she did not leave the family. She held on to continue the life. That was the first generation. Whatever may be the husband folk, the men folk trouble, they hold on to live in the family. But if you see the second generation, Ammu, when she comes to know that her husband is not treating her properly, and her husband is making way to make her his boss happy, she did not accept. So she just leaves the husband and comes back to the house. That is a step taken ahead to go against the clutches of the society and break the society law. And when you come to the third generation, that is Rahel, she gets married to a man whom she doesn't know, whom she doesn't love. But when she finds she is not happy in the life, she leaves her husband in US and comes back to get reunited with her brother. So this shows whatever may be the society is thinking, however the society is ill-treating and look upon, they don't bother. So this is how the Arundhati Roy brings out superbly to highlight the troubles the society is giving for the women folk. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Jnana Pandithan, principal. The book I am going to review is The Obstacle is the Way. What stands in the way becomes a way. This one inspirational line from Marcus Aurelius is the reason behind this book, written by Ryan Holiday. The author has done a lot of research to identify how a few in the world are unperturbed, not disturbed, despite all adversities. And he has found there is a solid framework all these uber successful people have in their life. So what is that framework? Decoding that framework and giving the readers like strategies is what all this book is all about. So he has given it in three different stages. Stage 1, perception. Stage 2, action. And stage 3, will. By perception, what the author tries to say is how we view the problems or how we view the obstacles. Just by changing our view or by changing the perception, we'll be able to completely change how we look at the problem and how we address the problem. There are 10 different chapters to augment this particular concept. I'll just take one. One is practicing discipline of perception. Discipline of perception. We are sometimes tend to perceive like how our ancestors perceived. But the life of the ancestor, life of us is completely different. Our ancestors lived in the wild jungle, any time waiting for something from the bush to come and attack them. But we are living in much civilized society. We don't need to have such a perception. So our perception needs to be disciplined, and this has to be cultivated. That's number one. Moving on to the next step, that is action. Action is natural. Inaction is unnatural. Directed action is Victor's way of moving forward. So what is a directed action? Under action, again 10 different topics are given to augment this point. Again, I'm going to take one. That is about persistence. So this is he gives with beautiful stories. The entire book is filled with anecdotes of great achievers of the world. So here he takes the life story of Edison, well known. He says that When Edison was working on his incandescent bulb, it was not just Edison alone at that time. There were thousands of people who worked at that time. But how did Edison alone make it? How did Edison alone made it to that end? Just because of his persistence. He gives an example to what level this man is persistent. Number one, he says that the tungsten wire, the particular string which has to be used for the bulb, he tried almost 5,000 different combinations from from bamboo trees, fiber, to one of his assistants' beard. He took a hair of the beard and even that he tried. To that level he was persistent. And not only that, his assistant has later complained about Edison, saying that if you have thrown a needle inside the hay and if you ask Edison, you'll have to pick it, without any question, he'll sit there and start picking one after another. That sort of a persistence. So persistence is one of the steps under action. And the last one, will. By will, what the author tries to say is not about the willpower, it is about our poise, mental poise, about our stability to accept defeat and victory alike. So when our perception didn't work, when our action didn't work, we still have a will to support us. So to make this will stronger, again he has used a lot of tools, but I'll tell you one. He says practice meditation, or practice meditation, all of you know much better. So I'll tell you one more thing which is quite new. He says that anticipate failures. Whatever you do, keep anticipating failures. This might look like a shock for all of us, but he says, when you keep anticipating a failure, there is nothing called an obstacle coming there, because you're already working out in your mind. There is nothing for you to worry. So these are the things the author tells in this book, and actually this is one of the great books, one of the million copies sold book from Ryan Holiday. It is recommended to be the bedside book of all leaders of the world, and one can reread it any number of times and cherish the contents of this book. Thank you so much.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பேர் மா தீபக் ராஜா, உடற்கல்வி இயக்குநராக இது அகரம் பள்ளியில் இருக்கிறேன். நான் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட புத்தகத்தின் தலைப்பு பெண் அரசியல். பெண் அரசியல். இந்த புத்தகத்தை எழுதியவர் பாலபாரதி இது என்பவர். அவர் திண்டுக்கல் மாவட்டத்தை சார்ந்தவர். 3 முறை சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலை சந்தித்துள்ளார். 2001 முதல் 2016 வரை அவர் பல சமுதாய பணியை சீர்கொண்டு பொதுவாக பெண்கள் அரசியல் வருவதில்லை, விரும்பவும் இல்லை. 1-2 போல் அங்கங்கே இருப்பார்கள். அவர்களை இந்த சமுதாயம் அவர்களை வரவிடாமல் தடுப்பதா, இல்ல அவருக்கான பாதைகளும் அவங்களுக்கான ஒரு வழிகாட்டுதலும் யாரும் ஏற்படுத்தி தரவில்லையா என்பதே ஒரு கேள்விக்குறி. இந்த பாலபாரதி அவங்க என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, பெண் சமுதாய விழிப்புணர்வும் பாலியல் தொந்தரவுக்கான பல சிந்தனைகளையும் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் தவறு நடக்குதோ, பெண்களுக்கு எதிரான பிரச்சனைகள் எங்க இருந்தாலும் அவங்களோட குரல் அங்கே ஒலிக்கும். நான் மிகவும் விரும்பி படிக்கக்கூடிய புத்தகம் அதிலும் சமூக நீதி என்ற ஒரு கோட்பாடை அவங்க என்றுக்குமே அதை வழிநடத்தி செல்வார்கள். இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் இது நமக்கெல்லாம் ரொம்ப பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஓரளவுக்கு போயிட்டே இருப்போம். அந்த கேர்ள்ஸோட மெச்சூரிட்டி லெவல் ஸ்கூல்ல ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும், ஒரு பிளேல இருக்கும். அப்புறம் நெக்ஸ்ட் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, அப்படியே அந்த பிளேயை ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுவாங்க. 6th வரக்குள்ளே ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுவாங்க, 7th வரக்குள்ள பேரண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுவாங்க. அவங்களால நெக்ஸ்ட் மூவ்மெண்ட் அவங்களோட டேலண்ட் பொட்டன்ஷியல் எதுவுமே தெரியாம போயிடும் ஒரு கட்டத்துல. அப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், இந்த மாதிரி புத்தகங்கள் படிக்கிறப்ப நமக்கு இதுக்கு முன்னாடி யாரெல்லாம் சில நமக்கான பாதைகளை அமைச்சு கொடுத்தாங்க நமக்கு தெரியணும்னா, குடியரசுத் தலைவரா பிரதிபா பட்டேல் இருந்திருக்காங்க. அவங்க என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு சிந்தனையோட பயணிச்சிருப்பாங்க. மம்தா பானர்ஜி இருந்திருக்காங்க. அவங்க 3வது அகில இந்திய பெண்கள் மாநாட கொல்கத்தாவை நோக்கி நடப்பயணமாக சென்றிருக்கும் போதுதான் அவங்களுக்கு அந்த பெண்ணால் எதையும் சாதிக்க முடியும் என்ற ஒரு நம்பிக்கை அவங்களுக்கு வந்தது. இன்று அவங்க ஒரு முதலமைச்சராக ஆண்டு கொண்டிருக்காங்க. அதே மாதிரி மாயாவதி எடுத்தீங்கன்னா முதல் தலித் முதலமைச்சர். அவங்க ஆண்ட நாட்கள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா மிக குறைவு, 137 நாட்கள் மட்டுமே தான் அவங்க வந்து ஆண்டிருக்காங்க. அவங்களும் இன்னைக்கு அந்த அவங்களுக்குன்னு ஒரு இமேஜை வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா இங்க நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டை எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா வீரை மங்கை, இந்த அயன் லேடின்னு அவங்க யாருன்னா ஜெயலலிதா அம்மையார். அவங்க என்ன அவங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா யாருகிட்டையும் பணிஞ்சு போனதில்லை. அவங்க கிட்ட பிடிச்சதே அந்த போல்ட்னஸ், அந்த கம்பீரம். யாரா இருந்தாலும் நான் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவேன். அதே மாதிரி தான் இன்னைய காலகட்டத்தில் இந்த பெண்கள் அவங்கள ஒரு ரோல் மாடலா எடுத்து அவங்க என்ன மாதிரி எப்படி இருந்தாங்க, எந்த ஒரு பிரச்சனையா இருந்தாலும் அதை ஹேண்டில் பண்ற பக்குவம் உடையவங்களா இருக்க வேண்டும். நம்ம இந்த அரசியல்ல விட்டு நமக்கு தேவையில்லைன்னு சொல்லி போகக்கூடாது. இந்த கரப்ஷன் இந்த மாதிரி விஷயம்லாம் எங்க என்ன இது ஓப்பன் கவர்மெண்ட்ஸ். இந்த ஓப்பன் கவர்மெண்ட்ஸ்ல எப்படி நடக்கணும்னா நம்ம யாருக்கிட்டையும் லஞ்சம் கொடுக்க கூடாது, நம்ம யாருக்கிட்டையும் லஞ்சம் வாங்கக்கூடாது. நம்ம இதெல்லாம் ஒரு மேற்பார்வையா எடுத்துக்கிட்டு வளரும் சமுதாயம், இந்த ஸ்கூல்ல இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கிற ஒரு சமுதாயம் அரசியல் என்னும் ஒரு பாதையை நோக்கி போறப்ப இந்த பெண்மை அதை அவங்களுக்கும் இந்த இந்தியாவில் 50% ஆணுக்கு இணையான இருப்பவர்கள் பெண்கள். ஆனா நம்ம அவங்களோட ரேஷியோ பாத்தீங்கன்னா 1-2 பேர் தான் இருப்பாங்க. அதுவும் என்னன்னா அவங்கள வச்சு அவங்க வீட்டுக்காரங்க ஒரு ஹஸ்பண்ட் இது ஒரு எலெக்ஷன் நிற்பாங்க. இதெல்லாம் மாத்தி இந்த சமுதாயத்துல நல்ல வழியில கொண்டு பெண்மைக்கு முக்கியத்துவம் தரணும்னா பெண்களாகிய நீங்கள், மாணவ செல்வங்கள் நீங்கள் இதெல்லாம் கருத்தில் கொண்டு நம்ம வளரும் தலைமுறைக்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு எடுத்துக்காட்டாக அங்கெங்கே ஊராட்சியில ஒரு விஷயம் நடக்குதுன்னா அங்கேருந்தே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். நம்ம சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள். நான் இங்க லோகோ பிரசன்டேஷன் ஒரு மாணவனை பார்த்தேன். அவன் இந்த லீவ் சமயத்துல என்ன பண்ணிருக்கான், மரக்கன்று நட்டிருக்கான். என்னன்னா அவன் சும்மாவே இல்லை, அவன் ஒரு ஓகே இதெல்லாம் கருத்தில் கொண்டு நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க, பெண்கள் அரசியலுக்கு நிச்சயமாக உங்களோட முயற்சியோட நீங்க வாருங்கள். இந்த சமுதாயம் உங்களுக்கான அனைத்து இதையும் ஊட்டி கொடுத்து உங்களை முன் கொண்டு வரும் என்ற வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூடி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Hi everyone, this is Anupava Dharani, facilitator of Agaram Public School. I am here to review a book from a good parent to become a responsible parent. The author is Ganeshan. He has been the principal of Shivaniketan Jyoti International School, and he is the best teacher. He received the best teacher award from the government of Tamil Nadu. He has also received the Bolt Award sponsored by Mumbai, and he has also received the best principal award from Satyamangalam Banariamman Institute. The author is very much interested in writing stories, plays, poems and essays. He is also interested in music and reading. The very interesting note of author is he has very good companion with his students, and to inspire the students he set a goal to be a model for them. So to inspire them he has given many books. The first book of him was From a Good Teacher to a Great Teacher. It has been inspired by most of our teacher fraternity how to be a good teacher. The second book is that how to become a responsible parent. I chose this book because parenting is a big art. It is not that much easy. We all think parenting comes only when the child grows, but it is not actually. Parenting begins when you get married. The author clearly states 365 tips for 365 days. That is for the year calendar, he matches each of the tips for these 365 days. It is very clearly stated once you are getting married, your parenting starts. And from the time of pregnancy, when the child is in the womb, the parent has to decide what all should be taken. He has noted on each and every point, even the birth date of the child, and when we are giving the name to the child, the baptism, everything is being clearly noted. And the tips I wish to highlight are in human act. The parents, we are sometimes so strict with our child to make them so disciplined, but it is not actually a right way. We should give them a respect and gentleness so that they follow us. Instead of being very strict and very rude to them, it really doesn't match. Then he also states we should call the student by its name. Sorry, a child by its own name. You cannot call them by their nickname because they lose their self-confidence. Imagine the people who ever call your name, you will be gaining that confidence. If you are calling with a nickname, just think of their parents, how often they have searched, their ancestors, with their remembrance they would have kept their name. So when you are calling any student in your community as well as for parents, when you are calling your child, please call by their name and treasure the treasure, whether it may be a boy child or a girl child. Being as a parent, it is your treasure. We have to treasure them. Instead, we should not tell, as you are a girl, you cannot do this, as you are a boy, you cannot do that. Author clearly stated that, and here author clearly stated one story comparing a child with a pencil. So how we are using a pencil, only when we hold the pencil, only when we are holding the pencil in our hand, only when we move the pencil, it will write, isn't it? Likewise, we parent must treat our children like a pencil. We should move them. We should be coordinating with them. Only then they will achieve in their life. Instead of being sharpening and throwing the dust, it's not at all a parenting. And author clearly states that so when the school is the first step when the child comes out of the home. So until he gets good friend in his school, the parent has to be accompany them until they get a good friend in the school. So the author states that when he comes to the school, let them be with the child. Let it be a play park or the KG classroom. Nowadays, the schools are permitting you to be along with your kid, to see them and to accompany them, so that they don't have strange feel of school and they don't have afraid of teachers. So as a parent, we should give wholehearted to them so that they will accompany with the teachers too. Later, coming to the mark statement, as we all know, we all push them to study, study, study. Instead, don't ask what do you want. Instead, you ask what you are interested with. So allow them to give so many ideas from them, collect so many ideas from them so that they will move forward. And so I chose this book because I was quite difficult in parenting my child. So this book helped me a lot. So I recommend this book to all of the parenting community. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Sham Sundar and I am here to review on the book Shoe Dog. First, let me start with the quote. It takes all the running you can do to keep you in the same place. But if you have to get to somewhere else, you have to try at least twice as much as that. So first, let us start with our book. This is a medium-sized book with 386 pages, each page containing about a maximum of 32 lines. This book is being published by Simon and Schuster United Kingdom Publications. This was first published in the year 2016. This book has got many appreciations, especially from two of the most renowned persons. One is from the Mr. Bill Gates, and second is from Mr. Warren Buffett. Mr. Bill Gates says that Mr. Bill Gates admires author's honesty throughout this book, and Mr. Warren Buffett says that this was the best book that he has ever read here. So about the author, who's the author? Who's the one that created the more speculation among the readers? The author of our story is none other than the creator of Nike, Phil Knight. His full name is Phil Hauser Knight. He was born on February 26, 1938. He is the co-founder and ex-chairman of Nike company. He did his undergraduate in University of Oregon and his higher education in Stanford University School, Stanford College School of Business. Why did I choose this book? First, I read about an economical term called zero-sum investing and a business starting without an investment. So when I started to dig deeper, I came to know that most of the many companies in the world has started without any investment. So when I went to the list, example like Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Nike too, they started this whole giant tech companies with just based on the ideas. So what are the lessons that can be learned through this book? Just because you fear something, that doesn't mean you have to stay away from it. The only way of putting an end to a fear is to face your fears. So don't worry about your consequences, or don't fear about anything, and just face your fears. And the second one is you do not need to have a clear plan, and things doesn't always happen according to your plan. So if anything happens, be ready to act on it. In the story, our author doesn't have a plan. He just had a vision and he just acted on it. When whatever the problems comes, he just took a decision and solved it. Now let's get on to the story. I just wanted to quote he has quoted many quotes, but this one quote has got me. Losers never start. Weak died along the way, and that leaves us. Ladies and gentlemen, us. I repeat it again. Losers never start, and the weak died along the way, and that leaves us. So after finishing his degree, our author gets a loan from his own father to go for a world trip. But he had a secret plan. He went to Japan. He met with the top executives of the Onitsuka Tiger company, and he just made a deal with them that this Onitsuka Tiger will give them the shoes where he will sell it in the USA. So he does this for about 10 years. He has many struggles, many problems. He faces that with his family and friends. The most important thing that we have to learn from this book, that he was not alone. He always started this with a family. His family always supported him, and he always had his friends together. This is not a book about an autobiography of Phil Knight. This is not a book about Nike. This is not a biography about the people who are with Nike. This is the book. This is a success story of the 8 to 10 people who were with them. So I recommend this book to all of you. Please study and give me the feedback. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
You are ready to grow up and to be a responsible adult. You are not brain dead. I am Ashwita, here to give a review on a book, As a Man Thinketh. This book is written by James Allen. James Allen was born on September 4, 1864. He is actually a British philosophical writer who wrote plenty of books. Among those, a book is As a Man Thinketh. He wrote his experienced life and his advice in this book. This book is originally published in 1903. It's almost covered with a pamphlet. This book is good that it's almost worth framing each sentence and putting quotes on your wall. This book consists of 7 chapters. The first and second chapters are one of my favorite chapters in this book. Thought and character, effects of thought on circumstances. A man's mind is likened to a garden. It can be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. A man's mind is an empty glass. It's your choice to fill happiness, enjoyment, and excitement in it, or unhappiness, stressness, and unfillingness in it. I always choose the correct way of filling with happiness, enjoyment, and excitement in it. Why are we getting distraction in us? Because of the self-pityness, distraction, etc.
we are getting distraction in us. We should not get distraction. If you are not getting distraction, we'll be a free bird and will not get any disease in us. So you should not get any distraction in yourself to get a happy life for yourself. I conclude my speech with giving two important quotes for you all. I conclude my speech by giving two important quotes for you all. You are the master of your fate. I repeat, you are the master of your fate. As a man thinks, so he is. As a man continues to think, so he remains. A man's mind is made or unmade by himself. I repeat, a man is made or unmade by himself. Thank you. A man thinketh in his mind, so he is. If in a man's mind no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless weed seeds will fall therein and will continue to produce their kind. If your mind should be a free your mind should be a free place, you should fill only good things in it. You should not fill any bad things in it. Only good seeds should be filled into it. If the good seeds are filled into it, then good trees will be start to grow there and will be starting to give good things for you all. It will be helping you to grow good things for you by yourself. So you should not think any bad things. In this book, each and every chapter takes you to the good thoughts and good way. So I recommend this book to each and everyone, to each and all of you. This book is a very good one to read. Everyone can read this book. This book can be a mentally strong man cannot go and help a mentally weak man by himself. And also a mentally weak man cannot go and help a mentally strong man by himself. Unless or until a mentally weak man build his personality by himself, no one should go and help him. It's his responsibility to fill his personality by himself. No one should go and help him. I repeat, it's his responsibility to fill his personality by himself. I rate 4.8 for this book because I like this book very much. Thank you.
Hello. Hello everybody. I am Vijay Gopal from Agaram School Security. See, actually I learned success and happiness from author of F.M. Prito. He is one of the most eligible, and we must understand what we are going to creating the creative person. That is almost a person having some another creatable and critical portion. No. So that only the success and happiness is a very, very interesting and happiest to how to we have to learn, how to have to our success. That is the way of cultivation and our motivation. And also that is what we are going to yearning, what we are going to something like person as in preferable and improbable. We can make it and each and every part of the life. That is the main important of this success. So actually there is something very interesting proportional person that is maybe called as a doctor, engineers and some others. But in some cases of art students and natural science students have some other problems. They have to learn some other things. See, actually, what I'm saying is, Tawfiq is okay now. Okay, shall I make moves?
Happy evening, all of you. Happy evening, children. Happy evening, all of you. That is the spirit. I now invite the timekeeper. Please tell the closure time of the marathon and then blow the whistle.
The closure time of marathon 5.331.
Thank you, timekeeper. Presiding officer of the day, with your permission, can we start the citation ceremony? Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a historical day to Agaram Public School. You have made a revolution. You have created a history. You have created an everlasting history related to literature. First of its kind in the world that a team of students from a school attempted a record in the category longest book review marathon by a team. Today, we are very proud that all the students of Agaram Public School and facilitators, including the head of the institution, was a part and parcel of the prestigious Elite World Records attempt, which was held on April 24, 2022 and April 25, 2022. The event started sharp by 3:30 p.m. yesterday, and it has come to a conclusion by 5:31 p.m. today in the evening. 26 hours, 1 minute of rigorous review on all the books and authors you have taken into account. Ladies and gentlemen, 26 hours and 1 minute of your excellent performance. Now we have gathered here to witness the citation ceremony. Now we have gathered here to witness the citation ceremony on the Elite World Record attempt by Agaram Public School. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite the proud principal and head of the institution of Agaram Public School, the man behind the holistic development of the student fraternity and teaching fraternity of this prestigious institution. He is now a proud father of 204 participants, if I am not wrong today. I now invite the adjudication officer of Elite World Records, who was the presiding officer for the citations inaugural ceremony yesterday and who continues still to be here with all of us. He is a man of perfection. He is a man of simplicity. He is a man with a great vision and mission to identify unique, talented people and to adhere. Lot of applause to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you and invite Amit K. Hingaroni, Senior Adjudicator of Elite World Records, to the dais. Now, I have an interesting personality of the day. He is a man who has traveled to a lot of countries throughout the globe. A man who has dedicated his service to identify unique, talented personality throughout the globe. A man who has completed his research in management. He is a financial doctor and he is a trainer, and the list goes on and on. An energetic man who loves to travel a lot, who loves to meet a lot of children. I present before you the ambassador and senior adjudicator of Elite World Records for Asia Pacific, Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan, onto the dais with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Today, respected Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan has taken up the designation as a presiding officer for the citation ceremony of Agaram Public School. Now, I invite Mr. Bhagiraj, facilitator of Agaram Public School, to deliver the welcome note of the day.
Good evening all. At this happy occasion, on behalf of the school, I stand before you to give the welcome address for Agaram Public School Elite World Records Citation Ceremony for the title Longest Book Review Marathon by a Team. First of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan, Ambassador, Senior Adjudicator, Elite World Record. Welcome, sir. Next, I feel happy to welcome Mr. Amit, Senior Adjudicator, Elite World Record. Welcome, sir. I also extend my hearty welcome to Dr. K. Pradeep Kumar, Channel Partner, Elite World Record. Welcome, sir. A hearty welcome to our CEO, sir, who foresaw this day and went ahead with all plans and actions. Welcome, sir. Dear participants, parents, I welcome you all for, without your support, this day is not possible. Welcome you all. I also extend my hearty welcome to the management, teachers, the media people, and all who are present now here. Welcome you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bhagiraj, for your wonderful welcome note of the day. Before stepping into the citation ceremony, I would like to recognize the presence of the witness and timekeeper who played a pivotal role from yesterday noon till now. They are also working round the clock tirelessly without any expectation, only to help you out and to ensure that all the documentation has been done properly. I now request all the witnesses and timekeeper to please raise up. Stand up, please. Let us give a big round of applause to the witness and timekeeper right from yesterday, by 1 o'clock, they were here in the campus. Until this minute, day and night, they are with you. Thank you, witness and timekeeper. Without your support, definitely, this event would have been not a great success to us. Thank you so much. Please be seated. I extend my thank you note to respected presiding officer Dr. Jawar Karthikeyan for designating me as an official moderator and also adjudicator in charge of this wonderful marathon event, which gave lot of knowledge and lot of energy today. And definitely this energy what I got for the past 24 hours will lead my life for the rest of the career. This is what I feel. Vapre, what a wonderful, it's an array of knowledge you have shared through lot of books from nook and corner of the world. Okay, before going to the citation ceremony, I would like to give you some inputs on what is a world record, who is a world record achiever, who is a world record approving body, and what is a world record about, and how important is for you, it's for your career. In order to have better understanding, I would like to communicate both in English and Tamil. சாதனையாளர்னா யார்? யார் ஒருவர் அவர் மனதில் வைத்திருக்கும் எண்ணங்களை விஷயங்களை அடைகின்றாரோ அவர் சாதனையாளர். It means a person who targets something and who achieves that is termed to be an achiever. முடிவு பண்ணிட்டீங்க தீபாவளிக்கு 10,000 ரூபாய்க்காவது நான் பட்டாசு வாங்கணும்னு அப்பா கிட்ட இருந்தேன். வாங்கிட்டீங்கன்னா ஆஹா எவ்வளோடா நான் 10,000 ரூபாய் நினைச்சேன் நான் வாங்கிட்டேன் இல்லையா? So a person who targets something and achieves that target is termed to be a achiever. A person who does something unique which nobody else can do after proper planning, execution and hard work is termed to be a world record achiever. யாராலும் செய்ய முடியாத விஷயத்தை யார் ஒருவர் முயற்சி செய்து பயிற்சி பெற்று அதை சரியான முறையிலே செயல்படுத்துகின்றாரோ அவர் உலக சாதனையாளர். ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள், நம்மளாம் ஒரு நாளைக்கு எத்தனை தடவை சாப்பிடுவோம்? 3 times in a day. As a children, when we go to home, as children, when we go to home, again in the evening we have some light tiffin, am I right? என்ன போல ஸ்லிம்மா இருக்கிறவங்க 5 times in a day. என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் ஒருத்தர் சைனாவில் இருக்கிறார். 15 வருடத்திற்கு முன்னாடி அவர் உலக சாதனை செய்தார். லாங்கஸ்ட் ஈட்டிங் மராத்தான். தொடர்ந்து 27 மணி நேரம் 23 நிமிடம் 21 வினாடிகள் இடைவிடாமல் சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டே இருந்தார். He ate pizza, cockroach fry and Pepsi. So these were the 3 dishes which he tasted non-stop for 27 hours, 23 minutes, 21 seconds, and his name is Eric M. Ham from China. So he has done something unique which nobody else has done, and hence he is termed to be identified as a world record holder, and corporates who are in the job of accrediting world record holders goes to them and accredit them as a world record holder. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a quick question to you? யார் இந்த क्वेश्चनக்கு கரெக்ட்டா பதில் சொல்றீங்களோ பிரின்சிபல் சாரோடைய ஒரு மாதம் சம்பளம் உங்களுக்கு பரிசாக வழங்கப்படும். How many countries are there in the world? 200 plus. What is this? Even 1,000 also is there. Any exact number? 196 என்பது மிக தவறான பதில். உட்காருங்க. அப்பாடா யாருமே சரியா சொல்லாதனால அவருடைய ஒரு மாதம் சம்பளம் எனக்கு பரிசாக நானே எடுத்துக்கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். Ladies and gentlemen, there are totally 210 countries in the world. Out of 210, 195 is accredited by UNO, and 15 countries, they themselves say that they are a country. Okay, so totally 210. இந்த 210 நாடுகள்ல மொத்தம் 183 உலக சாதனை புத்தகங்கள் உலகம் முழுக்க செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறது. Out of these 210 countries in the world, there are 183 books which are functioning all over the globe. Out of this, every book has their own rules and regulations and geographical limitation. Example, there is a book called Singapore Book of Records which is restricted to citizen of Singapore. There is a book called European Book of Records which is restricted to European territory. Likewise, there is a book called Asian Records Academy which is restricted to Asian continent and Middle East. Likewise, 183 world record books are functioning all over the world. Out of this 183 world record books, well known familiar, recognized books are 54, and out of the 54 books, being an Indian, if I do one world record, we can submit that to 14 different books and get 14 certificates for one of our achievement. And now you should be very proud that Agaram Public School, the students and facilitators of Agaram Public School has now attempted a world record in the top ranking world record agency, Elite World Records, which is in top 2 in the globe, which has its headquarters at the United States. Further going into 1 minute of discussion, what is the definition of a world record? Can any one of you stand up and tell numbers from 1 to infinity in English? Everyone? Anyone? Even in the midnight by 2 o'clock, someone wakes you up, and if they question you, please spell out numbers from 1 to infinity in one language, we can do it. Am I right or wrong? Yes or no? Suppose if I am good in English, I will tell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If I am good in Tamil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I am good in Hindi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Likewise, I did a world record in the year 2010. The world record is about longest numbering marathon in alternative languages. It means first number in first language, second number in second language, third number in first language, and this should be non-stop. You want me to give a demo? Yes? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 70, 80, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. இத 1ல இருந்து 99,999 முடியும். 24 hours 23 minutes 21 seconds கரெக்டா சொல்லி ஒரு வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் 2010ல. நான் பண்ண 114 வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட்ல ஈஸியான வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட் இதுதான். லேடிஸ் அண்ட் ஜென்டில்மென், நான் ஏன் இதை ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிளா சொல்றேன்னா, சாதாரணமான விஷயத்தை பெருசா பண்றது வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட், பெரிய விஷயத்தை சாதாரணமா பண்றது வேர்ல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட். அகைன் ஐ ரிப்பீட், doing small things in a bigger way is a world record, doing big things in a smaller way is a world record. You understand my point? எனக்கு நம்ம உங்க பிரின்சிபல் சாருக்கு இங்க இருக்கிற சான்றோர்களுக்கு எல்லாம், ஏன் உங்களுடைய ஆசிரியர்களை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் கூட அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் 30 வயது 40 வயது உலக சாதனை செய்யக்கூடிய அந்த வாய்ப்பே கிட்டியது. ஆனால் அன்பு நண்பர்களே, உங்களுடைய பள்ளி முதல்வருடைய தலைமையின் கீழ் செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த அற்புதமான பள்ளி என்பது, இந்த பள்ளியில் படிக்கக்கூடிய 2ஆம் வகுப்பு மாணவர்கள் முதல் கொண்டு உலக சாதனையாளர்களாக அந்த போர்க்களத்திலே தயார்படுத்திக் கொள்ள ஒரு அருமையான வாய்ப்பினை உங்களுடைய பள்ளி முதல்வரும் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டும் ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்திருக்கின்றார்கள் என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. So today really I enjoyed every minute. Yesterday I came here by 7:20 and I was here till 3:40 in the midnight, and I have never slept even 1 minute, including your principal and no one here. And lot of knowledge is going on. டீ உள்ள போற மாதிரியே நாலேஜும் அப்படியே உள்ள பூரிப்பு, அவ்வளோ சந்தோஷம். ரொம்ப அற்புதமா பண்ணீங்க. ஆனா ரிசல்ட் நான் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. ரிசல்ட் ஜட்ஜஸ் தான் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண போறாங்க. தர்மியான நேரத்திலே 26 மணி நேரம் 1 நிமிடம் இடைவிடாமல் 205 மாணவர்களும் ஆசிரியர்களும் இணைந்து 205 புத்தகங்களை வெவ்வேறு கோணத்திலே அலசி ஆராய்ந்து அதற்கான விளக்கங்களை நீங்கள் கொடுத்திருக்கின்றீர்கள். அந்த உலக சாதனை நிறைவேறியதா? அந்த உலக சாதனையை நீங்கள் அடைந்து விட்டீர்களா? இதோ அதற்கான விடையை இன்னும் சில மணி துளிகளிலே உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கிறது. அந்த விடை கிடைப்பதற்கு முன்னாடி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியினுடைய இனாகரல் செரமனியுடைய பிரிசைடிங் ஆபீசரா இருந்த அமித் கே ஹிங்ரோனி அவர்கள் இதோ நம்முடைய நீங்கள் செய்த சாதனையை ஒரு சில நிமிடங்கள் மிக தெளிவாக அதனுடைய முக்கியத்துவத்தை உங்களுக்கு உணர்த்துவார்கள் என்பதை சொல்லி உங்கள் கரகோஷத்தோடு திரு அமித் கே ஹிங்ரோனி அவர்களை மேடைக்கு வருக அன்போடு வரவேற்கின்றேன்.
Respected principal sir, all the staff, all the coordinators, witness, timekeepers, and the champions, the children. I'll tell you one thing. I have adjudicated records in many states. We have done many records in schools in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and 2 years back, I even went to West Bengal. We have done many records in schools. But I'll give you one compliment, which I was discussing with your principal also. The compliment is, even after visiting so many schools, I don't think the other school children will have the intelligence which Agaram students have. I realize fully what is the extent of effort you have put in. I specifically asked the principal, who has prepared your summaries? And he said, all the summaries have been prepared by you. And that was further fine-tuned by your teachers. But basically, you have read all those thick, big books. Check. Thick, big books, which? Check. The thick, big books, which even I may find difficult to understand. You have read it, you have summarized it, and you have told us the summary. It's incredible for children of your age to do so much of thinking. You know, check. Check. You would have noticed that we were doing duties, education duty in turns. When my turn was not there, I could have gone to my hotel room and I could have slept. But I didn't do that. You would have found that I was also sitting here and I was listening to you. I was enjoying your reviews. I was gaining so much of knowledge from your reviews. This is the highest compliment I can give to you, that I sat here and listened to all of you. I wanted to tell you a few things. Now, when you were all doing your reviews, most of you had a certain formula for doing the reviews. You first spoke about the author, then you introduced the book, you outlined the contents, then you highlighted part of the books by selecting a few chapters or the themes. You gave examples or theories which were stated by the author. Then you mentioned what you liked in the book. You also mentioned what you did not like in the book. You finally rounded up by giving a small summary. You also gave a star rating to the book. And finally, you gave the suggested age group. This book is suitable for this age group. This was the general formula most of you were following. Those people who did not follow this formula, my recommendation is please do follow this formula. It is a very good and the correct formula to follow. What you should not do, this is also very, very important when you do a book review. First of all, don't do an over review. We want a review, not an over review. What I mean by over review is you are going above the surface. We want you to go into the water, not above the surface. I'll give you an example to make you understand. Supposing I take a small hypothetical book, 5 Secrets of Success. Okay. So what you will do is, you will first do all the things like author, name of the book. Then what you will do is you will give the highlight of the book. Then you will say success is very, very important for life. Only if you work hard, you will be successful. Only if you are successful, you will be rich. This book tells us a lot about how to be successful. I suggest you read this book. Over. Have you told us anything about the book? No. This I call as an overview. I would like you to go a little into the 5 points. I said 5 secrets. Go a little into the 5 secrets. So first could be perseverance. So the author says that perseverance is a very important quality. We have to fall, and only that person who falls down and rises, he is the one who will be successful. So you're telling us something about the first secret, and that is perseverance. So like that, tell us something about all the chapters. But here, what is important is, you should have a balance between telling something and overtelling something. Don't tell the full book. Then the whole secret is gone. I will not buy the book. Tell a little something which is interesting so that I get a desire to go and buy the book and read the book fully. Okay, so you have to strike this balance. The next thing is, don't have a wrong interpretation of the book. A few people misinterpreted the book and they said something which was not there in the book. So always read the book carefully and give the correct interpretation as the author wanted to say it. Okay? The next one is, when you are speaking, you should always show your excitement. You should show your passion. You should show your involvement in the book. You should convey to the audience how excited you were at reading the book and how excited the audience will be when they read the book. So convey your passion, your excitement onto the audience. The next one is, please don't add your own content. Don't add your own quotations. Don't add your own examples. Don't add your own Tirukurals, etc. Stick to what the author has said himself. Okay? The next one is, whenever you find some word or a pronoun, a name which you are not able to pronounce, please go to Google and find out what is the correct pronunciation. The worst thing that can happen to you is you come here and give a wrong pronunciation. I'm very happy that you are doing these type of book reviews. I saw so many of you actually purchasing the books. This is a very good habit which your principal and the staff have inculcated in you. As far as the arrangements are concerned, I have no words to say about the arrangements. Out of the world. Absolutely out of the world. I don't think anybody could have done a better arrangement than what you have done. The amount of mind that has gone into the planning of every small details is outstanding, and that is the reason, just like a Rolex watch ticks, it will tick for 100 years because the gears mesh so properly. That is exactly the way all of you have meshed together and created a program which was faultless. There was not a single problem in the whole of the 26 hours. Everything worked with clockwork precision. And I think for that, you children should give a standing ovation to the principal and the entire staff who have organized this event. But for their meticulous planning, this program wouldn't have been a success, and you wouldn't be getting all the fame and recognition that you have got now. Let me confess, I'm very happy with the entire program, and my heartfelt wishes for you all, for your bright future, and finally, my congratulations for a great attempt in this record. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Amit K. Hingroni ji, for your wonderful appreciation note and observation report on the elite world record attempt by Agaram Public School in the title, Longest Book Review Marathon by a Team. Now, respected Amit ji has given his positive consideration and report to the Ambassador of Elite World Records for Asia Pacific, and it's now time to hear from the Ambassador whether you are successful or not. Keep your fingers crossed. Let us see how many are successful, how many are towards success, and the list goes on and on. With a big round of applause, I invite Dr. Jawhar Karthikeyan, Ambassador and Senior Adjudicator of Elite World Records LLC United States for Asia Pacific.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Respected principal, faculty, my friends, it's been a wonderful day, I would say. And as a voracious reader, I was very surprised and in fact thrilled to know the title of this record event, Book Reviews. But after coming here, I totally agree with what Mr. Amit Hengroni was saying. Flawless. And again, I was sharing with the principal. This was one of the most meaningful events to be held in schools. Because here we are talking about education, and there is an old saying about books. Some books are not to be read. Some books are only to be read but not to be assimilated. Some are to be assimilated, but some are to be digested. It should become part of your body, your living. Here I found that the opportunity to digest and grow along with those authors and so many genres, that was again beautiful. We didn't find the entire Enid Blyton series being reviewed here. We didn't find the entire Geronimo Stilton being reviewed here. We found right from science to the social sciences to stories for really serious people and for the junior kids, and also a lot of books on society. So it was fantastic coverage of different genres again. Really thrilled to be here. But I did wanted to give you a review on few of the reviewers who really touched my heart, I would say. It is not in any order, and again, it is not to say these were the only best. All of you did a fantastic job. Again, as Mr. Amit was mentioning, and he's been here the whole day, right from the posture that you were adopting on stage, the confidence with which you were holding the mic, and the stability of the voice. Once there is fear, there can be shaking of the voice. We didn't find that in any of the 205 people. So all that was fantastic. But still, I did, having been here and seeing some of the presenters, I just wanted to share some specific observations on a few people. So maybe randomizing here is a bit difficult. So I'll go in the order itself, right from where I entered here into the campus. First one that I wanted to highlight was from Ria Tanisha. Very small book, a story book, right? But it was a very expressive and happy presentation, right? So that happiness which Ria brought to that presentation, I really loved. Are you here, Ria? Maybe once I mention the names, you can stand up. Shivajai Shachin. Excellent review with sharing of learnings. See the specific learnings that I got from this book. That really touched me. Anish. This was a book which was a series of articles, in fact. But the articles that he chose to review, that was excellent. Because you might have 50 different articles. But what is it that you wish to highlight? Again, as Amiji was mentioning, you need to create that curiosity in the other people to buy the book. That was created by you, Anish, when you did that. And once announced, you can sit down. Be comfortable. Okay? Ritika. Very thorough summary of that book. The monk who sold his Ferrari was again a very, at its time when it was initially released, was a very unique kind of a thought process which was coming into that, the personality development, book series as such. It was a unique book, but you made a very thorough summary of that book. I loved that. And Vishruti again. How to become rich? Devdutt Patnaik, again, well summarized. Because this again goes into so many details, right? He pulls in a lot from the Puranas and all those things, but you chose the right things to go in for a review. Indiresh. Here is something that I liked with the rating of the book and reasons why he gave the rating. Again, as expressed by my fellow adjudicator, Here we have students with knowledge, thinking, and intellect. That is highlighted in this review. Why do I say that? He gave an excellent rating, and he actually reduced the rating for the book, saying these were the things about Hitler which should have actually been covered in the book that were missed out. So I'm reducing the rating for that. Okay, so nice. You need that intellect to mention that, right? You should have been a reader, you should have read not just this book, but other books also about, to know about that subject. Okay, Aganya, simple storybook. Okay, but what I liked here is that this girl went to her mom saying, these are the portions that I didn't understand. And look at the culture, the way it grows in the school and also in the houses of students here. The mom quoted and brought in one more story, and that again prompted this girl to read further on mythologies. Right? So that is part of the learning. Right? This does not happen just by reading your textbooks. So the proper learning and education is happening here. Really touched and happy with this particular event. And Sarvesh Bharani, one of the people who was living that story. He was only actually reading a story on what happens if every day were to be a birthday. Right? A simple story. But he was literally living that story. When he says, you know, when every day is a story, I'll become so fat. I cannot enjoy all those things. He was literally not enjoying that. So that came out in that expression. So you are living that story, literally. And Panikar, is that Panikar? Just a minute. No, Pranavi, My Journey by Abdul Kalam. Dr. Pradeep has mentioned that, appreciated the body language, the excellent eye contact maintained with the audience. Again, many times when you are seeing a lot of audience, what happens is you tend to hide within yourself. Look at the roof, look at the floor, look at somebody who's not looking at you. Right? But this was a person who was maintaining eye contact with people. That again needs a lot of confidence, right? Sumedha. I read a book called Poverty and Why the World Loves It. By the time I finished that book, I felt very depressed because the entire book was on poverty. So many stories on poverty and how people are exploiting that, poor people, uneducated people and things like that, and how the society wants people to be poor. Right? I felt that to be a very heavy subject. But here is a girl who has chosen something which is even, heaviest to the depth. Right? Our bodies and their battlefield. Having the guts to read, not only read, but also review such a heavy themed book was fantastic, and hats off to you. And on stage, you brought it out with so much of confidence and with real meaning that it's one among the books that I'm planning to buy. That is another thing. Fantastic. And this is something that I love because I do this. And there were two people who have done this. Siddharth. Scribblings on the book. All things that I love underlined, marked and scribblings, writing your own things and things like that. And I had one more book with a lot of scribblings, which is from one of your own faculty, Vivek Kumar. Right? Wonderfully marked and highlighted. And your faculty, Ponmalar ma'am. Again, one of the other reviewers who are living the story. When she said, and the lari la 7 பேர் இருந்தாங்க. I checked that book, that is there. Right? So, literally living the book and a true converted fanatic for the author. Right? Earlier you were a fan for somebody else, now you are a fan for somebody else, and that shows in your expression and when you brought it out. Sumita ma'am. Totally used book. And I know that she was even reading that book in the kitchen. There were stains of oil in that, including the smell. Right? So, you see a book lover once you see the book, right? So, as a book lover, I can really connect with all of you. When you do those scribblings, when you have that oil stains, the book, the cover is kind of gone over. So, those are the signs of a book lover's book, right? So, lovely. I really loved it being here. And I've made a list of almost 14 books that I'm going to buy. So, really loved it out here. Thanks for this opportunity to be here. In fact, for me personally, it was a fantastic day today to be among you, to listen from you. There's so much of sharing and love that I got from all of you, from your sharings. So coming over to the record thing, and of course, Dr. Pradeep has already mentioned about the witness and timekeepers. Excellent work. Thank you. And in terms of your support, in terms of the timekeeping, having those multiple records, and very diligently writing things down, because for every 5 minutes or 6 minutes, there was a new thing coming up. And I could see that you were very diligent, and changing over was very smooth, without any even discussions and things like that. Fantastic. Really, thank you. You made our work very smooth and convenient. Very easy that way. Thank you. The entire team of witnesses and witnesses, timekeepers and witnesses. Thank you. Fine. So, the coming over again to the record, actual event, the total time that you took was 26 hours and 1 minute. But again, maybe because of the initial teething problem or late night and things like that, there were a number of rejections also. And you were given opportunities to redo that also. So, all that time had to be deducted. So, the final count in terms of number of listed participants was 205. 3 could not present because they were not there. So, officially we had 202 official presenters who were participants here. And amazing record again here in terms of the rejections. There was only one reject overall, who again would not, I think, come back today for the representing and things like that. We would have definitely loved giving them a chance, because we have given 12 people multiple chances to present again. So the total number of books reviewed were 202, and the final count for us in terms of the achieved numbers, though the initial target was set at 100 as per the guidelines, you have achieved 201. I think that definitely deserves a big applause. And the target set was 24 hours of continuous speaking. We had allowed an allowance of 15 seconds for the crossover, in case there is any, from one speaker to the other speaker. Again, that was amazing today. And I think it would have happened yesterday also. Zero gap between one person leaving and another person leaving. Zero gap. The person on stage says thank you, and the other person says I am. Hardly any gap. And again, as Amiji was mentioning, these are the kind of flawless events which we wish we could have at all the places. We would have adjudicated maybe 1,000 events till now. I would have maybe adjudicated more than 1,000 events in the last 7 or 8 years. But I wish all the events were as flawless as this. Hats off to you. Excellent organizing team. Excellent coordination. It cannot happen with just the principal sitting here and giving you instructions. All of you imbibed the core theme of what is required here and did your jobs fantastically well. Hats off to all of you. Not just the students, the entire organizing teams, right from the mic and the event organizers, the entire team. And I came to know that the generator has been running 24 hours now. You didn't depend on the EB because it might fail or whatever. So you have been on generator throughout. So that is the kind of forethought which would have led to this. So no breaks in between, no time penalties there. We have had time penalties in changeover which were running into hours in our earlier events. Here, no time penalties at all for changeover. That again is a fantastic record. Okay. And I'm very happy to announce, provisionally of course, all these records will be scrutinized, your documents will be scrutinized. We have tons of paper which your witness and timekeepers they have generated, which again will need to be scrutinized. But based on the two of us who have been here as adjudicators, we are able to provisionally declare that your attempt for the longest book review marathon is a successful attempt. With a total time of 24 hours, 12 minutes and 27 seconds. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. Over to Dr. Pradeep.
Thank you, respected presiding officer, for bestowing the world record title to Agaram Public School and the team of students and fraternity. That's all. Only 20 seconds clap. Poduma. Some video is going to be presented. I invite the presiding officer, Dr. Javar Karthikeyan, to hand over the prestigious World Record Certificate from Elite World Records. I request respected Amit ji also to please join the presiding officer. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the first medal of honor to the godfather of this school, the mentor of all the student community of this prestigious institution. I invite Jawahar Karthikeyan to adorn the Medal of Honor to the respected principal of this prestigious institution. On behalf of the teaching fraternity, I invite one teacher to come forward. Any one teacher to come forward. On behalf of the student community, I invite the school people leader to come forward. SPL. Now, respected Jawahar Karthikeyan will adorn a medal of honor on behalf of the teaching fraternity. I invite respected Amit K. Hingaroni to adorn the medal and honor on behalf of the student fraternity. Ma'am, wait here, wait here. Ladies and gentlemen, ma'am, come up to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the prestigious World Record citation to Agaram Public School. தெரியுதா என்ன இருக்குன்னு? Elite World Records certificate. The longest book review marathon by a team was set by Agaram Public School, Dharapuram, Tirupur district, Tamil Nadu, India, from April 24, 2022 to April 25, 2022. Provisionally approved, and the record is licensed with the license number EWR 2022-69 6-5. I now invite respected presiding officer Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan to hand over the prestigious world record certificate to the school. I now invite respected Amit K. Hingaroni to hand over the Award of Excellence to the institution. I now invite respected Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan, Ambassador of Elite World Records, to hand over the annual edition of Elite World Records to respected principal. I now invite respected Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan, Ambassador of Elite World Records, to hand over the provisional certificate to Agaram Public School. I want everyone to be here. Ma'am, you have to bring some small children who were part of the activity also, and second standard, third standard also, and invite one male staff also to come forward, and even from grade 8 middle school also. Make it fast, 4 or 5. Enough. Don't take all the students from the same grade. Ma'am, only the participants with the chest number, no color dress, only with the uniform. Sorry. Yeah. Ma'am, not from same class, maybe from other classes, grade 5, grade 8, middle school, secondary. Everyone will come to the dais, don't worry. It is now just only for a group photograph. Come here. Not all. Kneel down. Kneel down and hold it. Yeah, see here, you have to hold that. Students who are in kneel down position, come. My dear, Angel, hold that. Yeah, fine. That's all, enough. Great. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The proud moment to Agaram Public School. Proud moment to Tirupur district. A proud moment to Tamil Nadu. A proud moment to South India. A proud moment to India. You have made the national flag of India to fly high in the globe with your glory today. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now not the little champion. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the champion of champions, the world champions. Thank you. Wow, what an energy you have, children. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Elite World Records LLC United States Ambassador Dr. Jawahar Karthikeyan is now happy to make a proud announcement, a special title to be conferred to your head of the institution.
See, whenever an event happens, we would be able to identify certain key people who are the core reason why the entire thing would come together, right? We call them mastermind. So as part of Elite World Records, we would like to confer the title of mastermind for the record event called the longest book review event at Agaram on your principal, Jnana Pandithan sir. So this is a special recognition from the company for having done the entire coordination, the thought process, and also getting the team together to ensure that it went through in a hitchless way. Right? So, thank you. You'll be getting a separate citation and an award. So, because this is a impromptu decision, we were not carrying any of these certificates and other things, but having been impressed by the overall, the quality of the event itself, we as adjudicators, we thought that we need to have this conferred on you, sir. Thank you on our behalf. Thank you.
As a token of mastermind citation, I request Dr. Jawar Karthikeyan to adorn a medal of honor to our respected principal once again. Okay, now I would like to tell you a few important points. Mastermind அப்படிங்கிற சர்டிஃபிகேட் வந்து செலக்டடாக தான் கொடுப்பாங்க, அவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம் எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுத்துட மாட்டாங்க. இந்த லாஸ்ட் 1 இயரில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மாஸ்டர் மைண்ட் யாருக்கெல்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ரெஸ்பெக்டட் சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு மிஸ்டர் M.K. Stalin, respected Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, respected Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, respected Rural Development Minister of Tamil Nadu. So these were the 4 people added to that District Collector of Tiruvannamalai District. So these were the 5 people who have adorned and bestowed the title Mastermind. And this year alone, we had nearly 190 records happening in India, and only 5 have received this Mastermind title. And you should be very proud that the ambassador has conferred Mastermind title to your respected principal. This shows the love he has with you. Let us give a standing ovation to him. I have never seen such an energetic principal in my career. My God, you are blessed to have such an eminent, dynamic leader. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, now you have received the world record title. On behalf of you, your leader should give an acceptance speech. ஏற்புரை வழங்க வேண்டும். Now, it's a proud moment to invite the man of vision and mission towards the holistic development of student fraternity, none other than your lovable principal, to deliver the acceptance speech on the world record citation by Elite World Records.
Respected Ambassador of Elite Asia Pacific and Senior Adjudicator, Jawahar Karthikeyan, Senior Adjudicator Mr. Amit, the event coordinator Dr. Pradeep, learned faculty members, members of the management, beloved parents, and my dear children, good evening. Indeed, I have nothing else to say, that this is definitely one of the proudest moments of my life, and also one of the very important moments of my career as a teacher or in the field of education. When I'm standing here so happy receiving the world record for the school and some special mentions, I feel I owe all this to the family Agaram. Without this family Agaram, without this team Agaram, this would not have become possible. Maybe I was just instrumental in bringing this idea, but the entire execution was carried out by every single member of this family. Starting from the managing trustees. When I proposed this idea long back, they had full trust in me and they said, "Sir, please go ahead." So that one word gave me immense power. I felt I should really plan. I proposed this idea to our children in the assembly to just test the waters. And the excitement shown by all of you during that time, people started coming soon after the assembly. So when is this? What book should I start studying? Having some event in mind and getting it executed, there is a big gap. Because your idea has to be bought by everybody, understood by everybody, felt by everybody in the same way. I felt so fortunate. The students were initially, in the very first stage itself, they just got infected with this idea. And people started coming, and that gave me the additional dose, additional power that I should take it forward. Then, of course, my faculty team, what else can I ask from them? To carry out this idea, you require every single individual's participation. They worked much beyond what I expected from them. They worked day and night. Starting from Mr. Martin, hundreds of designs he would have made. And every time he comes with a design, I'll tell him, go rework, I'm not happy. He'll patiently go there, sit in the whole night. Sometimes the power will go off, but still he'll be working, sending me the designs. And the English department, almost with the hot summer, when I proposed this idea, the way the English department bought it, without them this would not have definitely been possible. They were the absolute pillars of this event, each and everybody. Talking to the children, preparing them, I used to come around and see in the halls the hard work. I've got the videos. I'm definitely going to make a video out of doing of this world record. I've taken photographs, videos of teachers working with you after their classes, talking to you, telling you what to do. 200 students, it's not easy in a week's time, less than 10 days time to prepare all of you for this event. Unless otherwise, they've given their heart and soul. They gave it, and that's why today we are here celebrating it. And dear parents, whatever we do, one word when you see me in the corridor, one word you tell me somewhere outside saying, "Sir, this is a wonderful initiative." I'll get as if I've been given 10 shots of energy inside me. And I'll think that definitely this should be executed. When I have such supportive parents, I should not drop this. Thank you, dear parents. Your support and your words of encouragement. And of course, dear children, my job is much easier when I have children with such eagerness. Anything you say, I just wish and pray I should tell only the right things to you. Whenever I say, I get an overwhelming response from you, an outstanding response from you. I feel my responsibility is increasing manifold times when you just respond to me whenever I come out with an idea so passionately, because when I proposed this idea, people were saying, can you do with 100 students? We are today 200, not 100, 200. Not an easy number. Training 200 participating, 200 working hard, 10 days, 10 nights. How much you would have worked, how many rehearsals you all would have taken part. So, definitely all this goes to the entire Agaram family and all the other teachers, as I told Mr. Deepak, who was there running around to ensure this show is going on. Mr. Ranjit. No, it would be unfair if I don't mention all of you, everybody in that, plus the department of catering who were taking care of you when you were all working here day and night, providing you food, milk, snacks, break. And of course, the support from the administrative officer, Ms. Durga, the team of administrative department, Mr. Kannan, Saubhagyam, the drivers, security, the newly joined security, Shakti, the entire team of Agaram. No one can be left out in this effort. Everybody has got equal share like how I've got. I don't have any big share. I've just got the share just like each one of you. So today we made it because of this. Thank you, Agaram family, for making me stand in front of, on behalf of you to receive this. This is a shared medal, shared certificate, and all of us have equal part in this. And thank you, Elite, for recognizing our effort. Thank you so much. We are really honored. Thank you. So I hereby declare, behalf of Agaram Public School, we accept the award and the title given to you, given to us by you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Ambassador, Senior Adjudicator and Principal to please come to the first row. Please remove the sofas immediately. Okay, teachers, attention please. Serial number 1 in an order, they have to come this way. Okay, you have to take them this way and they have to come down that way. Number 1. Children, kindly make a note. It should be in an order from serial number 1 to 205. Point number 1. Point number 2. Point number 2. I'll explain you. See here. One adjudicator will be here, this side, adorning a medal to you. Okay? You have to come this way, stand here and accept the medal. You don't say hello, don't give shake hand. Just focus the camera before you. This is for the medal. Okay. In the next place, there will be ambassador standing along with your principal. So principal will be here, ambassador will be here. Ambassador will be holding a shield. You have to come stand middle to the principal and hold that. That's all. And you have to leave immediately out. You should not take the shield back with you. You have to just take a snap and move out. You have to just touch and leave it. You understood? Say yes or no? That is the spirit. So madam, make the arrangements from the corridor please. Not this way. Let them come from the corridor. You got my point? Plan it accordingly. Yes, that way. Then only you can have an easy... okay, cameraman. Medal na sonna madri orthar vandrunga. Orthar certificate vandrunga. And both cameras individual irukano, video camera You got my point? Rendu video camera vechukonga. Rendu photo camera thani thaniya irukano. Good. And when you come up, please ensure that your attire is perfect. Again I repeat, ensure that your attire is perfect. Teachers, please ensure that. Number 1. Number 2, ensure that the hairstyle, everything is good. Number 2. Number 3, remove your mask and keep it in your packet and then come up. All are clear, children? Right. Someone please remove this podium. I don't want the podium. And leave this laptop to the place where I was sitting. Okay. Now, I'm going to read the comments, the best comments of all the participants while you are coming up. No names will be invited. Leave the laptop there. No names will be called on. You have to just come in order. That's all. Are you clear? Meet G, you have to go still that side. No issues. No. Done. Great. Children, attention. See here. You have to come back. See here. Attention please. You have to come back after receiving the medal. Come here. Hold it like this. Got it? And just take your hand and leave it and go down. Are you clear? You have to move that way to this corridor. Don't go in between. Madam, make the arrangement fast. We are running time. Make it fast. Yeah, we'll do that, sir. Make it fast, children. Okay, Mano, you come and all of you, kind attention, please. See how he receives. Remove your mask. See here, all of you. Don't say hello. Don't say hi. That's all. Go back. See here. Hold it. See the camera. Move. Done? Clear? கேமரா வந்து இந்த ஸ்கிரீன் தெரியாம போட்டோ எடுத்துக்கங்க. ஃப்ரேம் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்றது வந்து ஸ்கிரீன் ரெண்டு பக்கமும் அந்த எல்இடி ஸ்கிரீன் தெரியாம ஃப்ரேமை ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணுங்க. 1 feet. எனஃப். அந்த கேமரா ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? அத இந்த பக்கம் தள்ளினீங்கன்னா இந்த போட்டோக்கு வர தெரியக்கூடாது. ஓகே, அத பாத்துக்கோங்க. ரெடி? கம், மூவ். Okay, now when they are coming up, I'm going to give you the comments given by each adjudicator on the best performers. Sumita Jnanapandidam, I need the PIN number of this laptop to be opened. Laptop password. Sumita ma'am, laptop. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you the comments and the observation report of each participant. I'm just going to give you only the... I got it. I'm just going to give you... Please see the camera alone. Sriram, good review, good English, confident. Shri Sivaswatika, good review, good English and confident. Shri Ramakrishnan MK, good review, good English and confident. Maya Muthukrishnan, excellent review. Tamil Nila SM, excellent review. Mohammed Imahuddin, good body language, very confident, bold. Pranita SR, very confident, good fluency, excellent review. Dhanush N, average English, but good review and very confident. Nitin Bharati T, confident, body language was good, eye contact was good, good fluency in English, excellent review. Akhil Krishnan R, good fluency, review given chapter wise, very confident. Indiresh CT, soft spoken, clear communication, good review, 6 chapters clearly explained without any error. Karthikeyan TR, confident, master stroke review. Sanjana Bhupesh, very confident, very fluent, good review, excellent. Abhinav Krishna M, confident, eye contact was good, an excellent review. Shri Nagulan D, confident, fluent in English, good review. Kavination, confident, good fluency, good review, chapter wise review done. Hard work. Sanjay P, confident, good eye contact, chapter wise review was given. Excellent. Elizabeth, clarity, witty stories and confident on her subject. Sita Lakshmi, Yes, excellent flow, covered book very well, very confident, thorough on the book. Rating was fine. Radhika R, fluent, covered the book completely, very confident. Gayatri RS, good content, fluent, review was excellent. Ajit Kumar V, excellent English, excellent accent, wonderful pronunciation, prominent fluency. Sharmila K, excellent fluency, good review. Anushri S, good English, very fluent, comprehensive review, crystal clear. Tendral Sundar Rajan, good English, but poor clarity, modulation was good, gestures was nice, eye contact was the best, good review on the book. Ria Danishka PU, storybook review, very expressive and happy presentation. Shiva J Sachinyam, excellent review with sharing of learnings. Anish K, excellent choice of articles in the book for review. Ritika S, a thorough summary of the book, well done. Vishrut RP, well summarized and the review was excellent. Indresh D, excellent rating with what was missed out in the book. Both pros and cons of the book was clearly explained there. Yoga Darshan K, excellent review of a small book, excellent. Aganya B, storybook review, nice sharing of experience, and she had lot of interest in reading further on mythology. Confident. Sharvesh Bharani, lots of expression, living the story he has explained, living the book he has explained. Pranav VSS, confident, good body language, good eye contact, excellent review. Pranita Balu B, confident, good fluency, good body language, good review. Sivakumar S, very excellent review, confident, excellent flow on the language. Kavilya E, excellent review. Sumeda Sangamitrai, good fluency, good review, confident, very heavy book to choose. Siddharth R, loved the scribblings on the book, excellent review, pointed out all the important aspects of the book clearly. B. Vivek Kumar, wonderfully marked and highlighted the books, very clear in his summarizing the review of the book. Ponmalar Bhaskara Pandian, living the story, superb fan for a new author. So these are the best comments you have received, children. Great heights to go. go anywhere after receiving the medal. Please be there. We need to hold the medal and raise it up and take a photograph. All the 200 should hold the medal and take a photograph. So please don't go anywhere. Please be seated. It will take 10 more minutes. Please go slow. Please hold the award on the top with both your hands. Mano, hold the students. Please see to the camera which is in front of you. One camera will be in the middle, one camera will be in the shield. See the lens, straight camera to the lens. Children, please see to the camera which is in front of you. When you go to the medal, there is one different camera, and when you come to the shield, there is another camera. So you have to watch, focus only on the camera. Teachers, please educate them. Teachers, please educate them before you send them to the dais. Because it is delayed here because of that. Please ensure and educate them without fail. See here, the students who are coming near to the shield only, they are making the mistake. மெடல் வாங்கும்போது மெடலுக்கு எதிர்த்தாப்புல இருக்கிற கேமராவை பார்க்கணும். ஷீல்டு ரிசீவ் பண்ணும்போது ஷீல்டுக்கு எதிர்த்தாப்புல இருக்கிற கேமராவை பார்க்கணும். வந்த உடனே உன்னுடைய ரெண்டு கைகளையும் அந்த ஷீல்டுக்கு மேல வச்சுக்கோ, ரிசீவ் பண்ற மாதிரி. more participants to receive the award. See the camera. Don't confuse yourself. Ensure that you see the camera. Hold the certificate and you please focus on the camera in front of you. Next. You have to come back. Teachers, those who are standing in the queue, educate them. Even they have to go behind and move. Please ensure, educate them. See this camera, all of you. மெடல் வாங்குறவங்க மெடலுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற கேமராவை பாருங்க. ஷீல்டு ரிசீவ் பண்றவங்க ஷீல்டுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற கேமரா பாருங்க. Don't move your eye contact to a different camera. Five more participants to receive the Medal of Honor and the certificate. Next. Focus the front camera. Next. All the participants, including the facilitators, also should join. Even the participants, facilitator participants also should join. Again, I repeat, the facilitator participants also should join for the snap. Hold both your hands on the shield, ma. You're holding it in one single hand. You should put both your hands up. More, 25 more participants to receive the award of honor and medal of honor. By all the participants, all the teaching fraternity, though you are a participant or a non-participant, it is immaterial. You can also join for the photograph session. Again, I repeat, even if you are a participant or a non-participant, it is immaterial. A teaching fraternity of this prestigious school can also join for the personal photo session. There is some announcement to you in the later part, but now you can take a snap. Again, I repeat, teaching fraternity, though you are a participant or a non-participant, it is immaterial. Please join the queue immediately. Madam, if you have got the medal already, directly go to the shield. Return it back. Okay. And now only the participants, teachers are coming, or Madam, participant teachers இருந்தாங்கன்னா முன்னாடி வர சொல்லுங்க. Non-participant அப்புறமா வரட்டும். Madam, if the boy is not a participant, you should not take him to the dais. Mano, அந்த பையனை அலோவ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. participant teachers are now on the dais. Please ensure only the participant teachers comes up now. Only later the non-participant should come up because there would be a shortage of medal. So again I repeat, only participant teachers at the first round. Kind attention to all the teachers. Teachers, if you are a participant or a non-participant of this world record attempt, it is immaterial. Please join the queue. The only condition is that the participant teacher should come in the front. Followed by them, the non-participant teachers will come up. And someone should help me with the last participant. Okay, again repeat. 197, 199 participants. Please ensure you stop the last participant. There needs to be one break. Mr. Mano, check with the medal quantity. Medals are available, please check it up. Man of Agaram is receiving the medal. Okay, thank you Amit ji, you can come down. I now request Dr. Jawahar and the principal to go to the middle. Yeah, the rest of the teachers please join. யாராவது ஒருத்தர் எடுத்தா போதும். மெடல் கிடையாது, ஒரு தனித்தனியா தான் வருவாங்க. குரூப் போட்டோ கிடையாது, தனித்தனியா வருவாங்க. And also ensure the AO madam and administrative head is also coming to take a photograph. Next. Again I repeat, madam, please ensure that important faculties of your school are coming to the photo session without fail. Make it fast, photographer, please. Teachers who come up now, Just make it very fast. Get ready with the national anthem also. Children, are you ready to take a group photo with the Medal of Honor? Again, I repeat, all important teaching and non-teaching fraternity, immaterial whether you are a participant or a non-participant, principal has asked you to come for the personal photo session. A happy announcement will be done tomorrow by your principal. பலமா இருக்கு. Principal sir, I am wondering, generally in any school we go, for chemistry teacher there will not be claps at all. But here chemistry teacher is getting lot of claps. All the witness and timekeeper, please go for a group snap, not an individual snap, group snap. Over. So, one more. The last snap will be with the group photo. Vanga. Group photo with all the witnesses and one madam is there. And a group photo with all the witnesses and hey, where are you going? Wait. We will take a group snap with the medals and then go whatever you want you do. Right, a group photo with the... Okay. Thank you. Now it's time for us. I request the witnesses and timekeeper to get up. Please come forward fast. Witness and timekeeper for a group snap. Timekeepers, make it fast. All the teachers come inside to the floor with the children with the medals, please. Please take in the professional photograph also. Okay, taken. Eduthacha orange. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now children, hold your medal like this. Camera, அப்படியே children focus பண்ணுங்க. You can take your medals in your hand or hold it up, whatever you want. But I want all the students to have a smiling face and lift the medal to the sky. I request principal to join them. சின்ன குழந்தைங்கலாம் சேர்ல கூட ஏறிக்கலாம். பெரிய குழந்தைங்க ஏறாதீங்க, சின்ன குழந்தைங்க மட்டும் ஏறுங்க. இப்போ நம்ம ஸ்கூல்லயே ரொம்ப சின்ன குழந்தை நம்ம பிரின்சிபலும் வர போறாரு. Okay, all are ready? Lift your medals up. That is a joy. I forgot one team. Sir Amit ji and Jawhar ji. I want this team who gave books to us promptly. We forgot these boys. We have to take them for sure. இருங்க, camera மேல ஏறி எடுங்க. Now, still lift your medals up. Joy of happiness, joy of achievement. Boys, all of you come here. Come. My goodness, what a dedicated service you made to the event. Huh? You remember these boys? Give a big round of applause to these boys also. Go this side. Still you can lift your medals up to the sky. Sky is the limit. Okay. One more, last 1 minute. Now you can twirl your medals. No, not that, in a professional manner. Professional. ஏய், ஹைட்டா இருக்கிற பையன் கரெக்டா ட்ரில் பண்ணணும். நீ இப்படி சுத்த கூடாது, பாத்தியா? Drill it properly in a professional manner. Yes. Excellent. Cameraman. Done. Last 30 seconds to capture the joy of achievement. Right. Okay. Thank you. I now request the principal to come forward. And the shield எடுத்துட்டு வாங்க. நம்ம இந்த பசங்களோட எடுத்தே ஆகணும். அப்பா, அவங்க பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்டா இல்லைனாலும் மத்த பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் பண்றத பார்த்து அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த வேலை எவ்வளவு தெளிவா பண்ணாங்க. Give a big round of applause to your friends who are now in the dais. Without these children, nothing would have turned out in a proper manner. Prompt action. Go front and kneel down. Irukara? 4 of you. The shield edinga Mano. Where is the shield? Give the shield. Let them hold it in the middle. முன்னாடி இருக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே பிடிச்சுக்கோங்க. That is the spirit. Tallest come to the back, shortest kneel down. The national anthem, get ready with the national anthem. Let us give a big round of applause to the dedicated team, Agaram, who have volunteered the role you have played. They have made the way, and really it's a team spirit, excellent, eminent work done by these children. Mano, give the bigger one also. Wait. Don't move, please. Just 1 second. Make it fast, bring it. Because since the team is bigger, the smaller shield will not be visible. Yes. அந்த ஷீல்ட பின்னாடி கொடுத்துருங்க. சென்டர் மிடில் ஷீல்டு, மிடில் ஃப்ளோ. பைய குதிச்சு வாங்குறாரு பாருங்க. Yes. Okay. Another photograph, please. Done? Okay, great. Let us all rise up for national anthem. Get up for national anthem. National anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम. Wish you all the best. Great heights to go, Agaram. Sky is the limit. Keep rocking. And now you are not the little champions. You are the champion of champion. The world champions. Signing off, Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Bye-bye to all of you.
Check. Hello, check. Children, good evening. Pay attention. Those who have collected books from the library, you are supposed to return the books by tomorrow, without fail. Those who have collected the books, please do return tomorrow. And those who have received the book from principal's office also, Those who have taken books from the principal, you have to return the books tomorrow, and those who have taken the books from the library also. Make sure you bring the book tomorrow without fail. Thank you.
No matter how hard your challenges are, you should never.
It's a very good opportunity for the students to do the public speaking, and we are very much happy to have this event here. It will give a nice stage experience for the students.
I'm reviewing the mosquitoes, the three mosquitoes. I learned how to be brave, and hard work will show this reflection in.
My book is Thomas Alva Edison. I choose this book because this is so interesting. I love so much and I like this ambience so much. I like so much. Yeah, I'll give you 3 or 4 books.
Just like a festival.
This habit of reading books so new to me, I've left it for so long. This book review has given me a great...
Very awesome.